negative zone smells like pennies. Adam Brashear has had 40 years to decide whether that's the zone itself or his own blood, recycled so many times through the same filtration cycle that the iron has started to announce itself. 40 years is long enough to run the experiment. He never has. Some questions you leave alone, not because you can't answer them, but because the answer would only confirm that you've been breathing your own ghost for 4 decades. The light here is the other thing. It arrives at the correct wavelength. It strikes surfaces at the correct angle. The shadows fall where shadows are supposed to fall. And it is wrong in a way no instrument has ever registered. A photocopy of light, a faithful reproduction missing the one quality the original never bothered to name. He stopped trying to measure it in year 3. You cannot quantify the absence of a thing you can't define. You can only notice that your eyes are tired in a way sleep doesn't fix. He is doing pull-ups, not because his body requires them. The neutronium-laced musculature that lets him manipulate the fundamental energies of the universe does not weaken from disuse the way ordinary tissue does. He does pull-ups because the bar is there, because the count is clean, because there is a profound and uncomplicated honesty in a number that goes up by 1. 200, 201. The crystalline outcropping he's bolted the bar to has held for 11 years. He chose it for the grain. The habitat around him is the size of a high school gymnasium and contains the following: a cot he built, a workbench he built, a wall of equations he has been refining since before some of the people who'll meet him today were born, a photograph he does not look at directly, propped at an angle that lets him register its existence without engaging it, and a chessboard, mid-game, both sides played by the same hands, the white pieces currently losing to the black pieces on purpose, because a man needs to remember what it costs to lose. 240. The thing pressing on him is not in the room. It never is. The zone is the antagonist the way the ocean is the antagonist to a man who has been treading water since the Carter administration. Not malicious, not even aware, simply vast, simply indifferent, simply there in every direction with no edge to swim toward. He has stopped expecting an edge. That, more than the pennies or the light, is the thing that has changed about him. A man who has stopped expecting an edge moves differently. He moves like the room is already his, because the alternative is to move like a prisoner, and he decided a long time ago which of those he was going to be. He drops from the bar. The photograph is of a woman and a boy. He does not look at it. He builds his entire day, every day, around the geometry of not looking at it, and he has gotten so good at it that the not looking has become a kind of looking, a worn groove in the floor of his attention where the glance would go if he ever let it. Mid is what he calls the boy, in the privacy of a skull no one has shared in 40 years. Mid is the word he doesn't finish. The wall of equations is one symbol from complete. He has known the symbol for 6 years. He has not written it, because the equation describes a way out, and a way out is the only thing in this place he cannot afford to be wrong about. Twice he has raised the stylus, twice he has set it down. A scientist does not publish until the proof holds. A father does not promise until he knows he can keep it. Today he writes the symbol. He doesn't decide to. His hand is simply moving. The way a hand moves when the body has finished a calculation, the conscious mind is still pretending to deliberate. The stylus touches the surface. The final term resolves. And the equation, 40 years of equation, does not politely open a door. It grabs him. There is a sound like the universe clearing its throat. The habitat does not explode. Something worse and quieter happens. It simply stops being relevant. The pull-up bar, the cot, the chess game frozen mid-loss, all of it recedes, not into distance but into irrelevance. The way a dream's furniture dissolves the instant you wake and can't think why it ever mattered. The penny smell vanishes. He has time to register that. The vanishing of a thing he'd stopped smelling years ago, suddenly conspicuous by its absence. Like a refrigerator's hum you only hear when it dies. Then the photocopied light is gone too, replaced by light that has the original quality back in it. And the difference is so total, so immediate, that Adam Brashear's eyes flood with water for reasons that have nothing to do with brightness. He does not let it fall. 40 years of not letting it fall. He lands on his feet, because he always lands on his feet, and the surface under his boots is concrete, real concrete, sun-warmed and gum-stained and faintly trembling with the subway underneath it. And the air is full of exhaust and hot pretzel and the particulate grime of 8 million people breathing the same block. And it is the most beautiful thing he has smelled in 4 decades. And he keeps his face absolutely still. Marcus Webb, 34, was returning a slightly defective phone charger to a kiosk and rehearsing the speech. He had the receipt. He had the original packaging. He had the specific, righteous energy of a man who knows he is correct about a $19 transaction. And he had been building that energy on the walk over because the energy was, frankly, more satisfying than the refund would be. He was looking at his phone, at the charger, at the indignity, when a black man in what looked like a wetsuit designed by NASA simply occurred on the sidewalk in front of him. Not walked up, not stepped out of a doorway, occurred. One blink the space was empty, and the next it had a man in it. A big man, built like the concept of a building, standing very still in the middle of the foot traffic with the specific posture of someone who has just arrived somewhere and is choosing, you could see him choosing, not to react to it. Marcus did the New York thing. He clocked it, decided it was above his pay grade, and stepped around. He got 4 feet before he turned back because the man's eyes had done something on the way past that Marcus would describe to his roommate that night and fail completely to convey. It was like, he'd say, and stop. He looked at the buildings like he was checking them against something. He'd try again. Like a guy coming home and the furniture's all moved 1 inch to the left. He'd give up. I don't know, man. I gave him my charger. He had. He'd walked back and held out a $19 phone charger to a stranger in a wetsuit for reasons he could not explain then or ever. And the man had looked at it and looked at him and said the first words he'd spoken aloud in a year and a half. Keep it. You'll want the receipt. Then he'd walked off into the city like he lived there his whole life. He had not lived here his whole life. He had not lived here at all. But Adam Brashear had crossed enough strange thresholds to know the first rule of an unfamiliar room. You do not let the room see you decide. You walk like the floor was poured for you. You let your weight tell the lie your face won't. So he walked. South because the sun's angle gave him south, and a man who knows where the sun is never entirely lost. He read the city the way he read everything, as a system with rules. And the rules were what he was after, because rules were the bones you hung survival on. The system was talking to him in 2 voices, and they didn't agree. The first voice said, Earth, yellow cabs, the grammar of the storefronts. English on the signage, the right English, the idioms intact. A pretzel cart, a man arguing with a parking enforcement officer in the specific register of a man who knows he's already lost. This was a city he understood in his marrow, the city he'd been pulled out of 40 years ago, breathing and loud and gloriously, filthily alive. The second voice was quieter, and it said no. It said no in the form of a building. He stopped, looked up. The structure rising on the corner of what should have been an ordinary block was enormous. Glass and confidence, a corporate cathedral with a stylized V crowning it, like a brand burned into the skyline. And the problem wasn't the building. The problem was where it was. He knew this block. Some version of him knew this block, the way you know the layout of your childhood home in the dark. and the building was standing in a place his memory insisted was lower, smaller, older. The skyline behind it sat 1 degree off true. Not wrong enough to name, wrong enough to feel in the back teeth. He filed it, did not decide what it meant. Deciding what it meant was a luxury for a man with more than 30 seconds of data, and he had been alive far too long to mistake a feeling for a finding. But he noted the V, the way it was on everything, the way the people moved beneath it, not like citizens under a building, but like congregants under a steeple. He kept walking, and the city, which had been ignoring him with the practiced indifference of a city that has seen everything, began, block by block, glance by glance, to do the things cities do when something arrives that they cannot file either. It began to notice him. The first one to truly look was not a civilian. Adam felt it the way you feel a barometric drop, not in the eyes but in the skin, a pressure change with a direction to it. And he turned his head with the unhurried economy of a man who has learned that flinching is information you give away for free. Up against the wrong bright sky, a figure hanging in the air the way nothing that heavy should hang, cape moving in a wind that wasn't touching anything else. Too far to read a face, close enough to read the stance. And the stance was the stance of something that had never once in its life been looked at by a thing it couldn't immediately understand. They held it. Neither moved. 2,000 feet of empty air between them, and not one molecule of it neutral. Adam Brashear's body made its decision before his brain was consulted. The old animal arithmetic, older than language. The part of the spine that knows a predator from a peer, and knows, too, the far rarer and more dangerous third thing. Another apex, equally certain the sky belongs to it. His pulse did not rise. His pulse, in fact, slowed, dropping into the cold, clean register it found only in the half-second before something irreversible. His hands stayed open at his sides. Up in the wrong sky, the figure tilted its head. Adam held the eye lock and gave it nothing. No challenge, no submission, no fear, just the flat, unbothered attention of a man reading a number off a wall. And somewhere underneath the stillness, in the place where the count goes up by 1, the first true thought he'd had since landing arrived fully formed and unwelcome. This one has never been told no. He looked away first, not from fear, from strategy, because the thing that has never been told no does not know what to do with a man who simply stops finding it interesting. And Adam wanted very badly to see what it did with that. Behind him, the city watched the man who'd made the thing in the sky tilt its head. The man kept walking. The New York Public Library on Fifth Avenue does not check whether the man at the long oak table belongs there. It has lions out front and a reading room the size of a cathedral and a century of practice in leaving people alone. And Adam Brashear has always understood that the fastest way to disappear is to sit very still in a place built for sitting still. He reads for 4 hours. He starts with newspapers because newspapers are a society confessing what it's proud of. Then the periodicals, because periodicals are a society confessing what it's ashamed of. Then, when a polite request and 40 years of bottomless patience get him onto a public terminal, the thing he actually came for, because a culture will lie to its citizens in 1,000 fluent dialects and tell the truth in exactly one place, which is the document it is legally required to show its shareholders. He pulls the annual report. He is, among the other things he is, a physicist. And a physicist reads a financial filing the way a coroner reads a body. Not for the story it wants to tell, but for the cause of death underneath it. The first 2 pages are the eulogy, mission, values. A photograph of 7 people in primary colors arranged like a stained glass window, and a woman with a perfect smile, and a man in a cape and a flag motif costume, positioned dead center, slightly elevated, the way you place the saint. Page 3 is the autopsy. It is a line in a revenue table, It is dry the way a verdict is dry. It lists, under a heading about proprietary biological assets and licensing, a compound, the chemistry redacted to a trademark name, the way you'd redact a recipe, the way you redact a thing because it is the product. And it lists the per-unit cost of administration and the projected lifetime revenue of an asset successfully integrated into the talent pipeline. And Adam Brashear stops reading. He sits with it. He has stood in the room where well-meaning men build a better world out of energy they did not fully understand, and he has watched what came out the other side, and he carries the specific weight a man carries when he was there for the moment the dream curdled. So he knows the shape of this. He knows it the way you know a smell from childhood. These were not heroes who fell out of the sky. These were a line item. Someone had taken the most dangerous thing in the universe, power without a reason, bottled it, branded it, and sold it as destiny. The capes were the packaging. The flag was the packaging. The whole gleaming pantheon above this city was a quarterly earning strategy that had learned to wave. He closes the terminal. Outside the tall windows, the light has gone from white to honey while he sat, the long amber slant of a city tipping toward evening, dust hanging gold in it. And the radiators have started their evening tick, and his stomach, a body is a body even his, has begun the quiet politics of a man who has not eaten since a world that no longer exists. He notes it, files it. A man who knows where the sun is never lost, and the sun is going down. And he has learned the most important thing this place had to teach him in a single afternoon. That the gods here were manufactured, and the company that owns the patent is the one with the V on the skyline. He is standing to leave when the air goes wrong. He knows the wrongness before it finishes arriving, because he has felt it before, because there is exactly one signature in all of creation that announces itself by subtraction. By the brief, sick instant where a slice of the world simply ceases to be, where matter meets its opposite and both agree to stop existing in a flash of every photon they were ever going to be. It comes up through the floor of the library like a held breath let go. Then the east wall is gone, not breached, annihilated. A clean, spherical bite taken out of granite, and 100,000 books in the evening itself, the edges of the wound glowing the impossible violet of pair production, and standing in the center of the whole, reassembling himself out of negative light, is a man Adam Brashear has not seen in 40 years and has thought about every single day of them. There you are. Connor Sims wears his own ruin the way some men wear a coat. The energy crawling under his skin is the same energy that ate the wall, held barely behind a face Adam used to share a dorm room with. 40 years, Adam, I came through for you. Do you have any idea what that... He stops. He goes still in a way that has nothing to do with Adam. His head turns. He looks at the torn edge of the world he just made, the violet rim, the place where matter ends, and something crosses his face that is older and more frightened than the rage. When he speaks again, his voice has dropped out of the theatrics into something quiet and real. The voice of the friend underneath the wound. Something's wrong with the seams here, Adam. He touches the edge of the hole, almost tender. The energy of his fingertip and the energy of the air do not behave the way they should, and he watches them not behave, and he understands something Adam refuses to. The way it holds together, it's stitched. You feel it too. You've been feeling it since you landed, and you've been pretending you can't. Because if you let yourself feel it, you'd have to ask what's underneath. And you don't. Not here. Adam's voice is flat, level, a door closing without a slam. The 4 hours of reading have left no room in him for the thing Connor is reaching toward, and he has spent 40 years building the muscle that does not reach toward it. There are people on the other side of that wall. There are always people, Adam, but Connor's eyes are still on the seam, still on the thing only the two of them can sense. And the not explaining is its own kind of explaining. That was always your whole... Adam crosses the room before the sentence ends, and they take the rest of it outside. They take it outside the way two tectonic plates take a disagreement outside. The block behind the library holds a Con Edison substation, a fenced yard of transformers and switchgear, the unglamorous heart that keeps 40 city blocks lit. And that is where the two of them come down, because Adam steers them there, redirecting 400 years of combined kinetic intent toward the one place nearby with no apartments stacked above it. It is not mercy. Adam Brashear would not call it mercy. It is the reflex of a man who reads every room for the people in it and who would sooner take a fight into a power station than over a daycare. The first exchange browns out half of Lower Manhattan. Connor leads with annihilation, because Connor always leads with annihilation. A lance of anti-energy that does not push Adam so much as attempt to delete the volume of space he occupies. Adam answers it the only way it can be answered. He meets unmaking with the fundamental forces themselves, antimatter against the cohesion that holds the universe's books balanced. And where the two meet, the air ionizes into a corridor of plasma that paints both their shadows 40 feet up the side of a substation wall. A transformer the size of a delivery truck does not explode. Worse, it simply exceeds, in 0.03 of a second, every tolerance it was rated for across a 50-year service life, and ceases to be a transformer and becomes weather. The fence around the yard liquefies along a curving front like a tide line. The street lights for a mile in every direction stutter, dim, and die, and the city's evening hum cuts out into a held, ringing silence with two men standing in the center of it, trading the kind of blows that have to be throttled. Throttled, both of them, each holding back the larger fraction of what they are, because the unspoken rule between them, the only rule they still share, is that whatever this is, it does not become the kind of thing that takes the island with it. Connor is faster than Adam remembers. 40 years has made him hungrier. He gets inside, gets a hand on Adam's forearm, and lets the anti-energy bloom. And the suit's left sleeve and gauntlet, neutronium threaded, rated to walk through the heart of a star, lose the argument with a thing that was never arguing about heat. The material doesn't burn, it unbecomes, sleeve and glove gone in a violet cough, and Adam Brashear's bare hand and forearm are in the open air for the first time in this world. And the skin underneath is unmarked, because the skin underneath is the actual weapon and always has been. He takes the opening Connor gave him to grab. 20 yards away, behind a Vought logoed crisis response SUV that has very abruptly stopped being a good place to stand, two field operatives are not processing this. Their names do not matter, and that is the point. One holds a stabilized camera rig that Vought sends to every enhanced incident, because footage is the actual asset and the incident is just the cost of acquiring it. The other holds an earpiece against the side of his head and a clipboard against his chest, like the clipboard will help. They have seen Soups fight. They have seen Homelander cauterize a hostage situation, an A-train run through a person. They have a frame for super people doing super violence. They have no frame for this. There is nothing in the orientation video for the moment matter stops agreeing to exist. The camera operator's brain, refusing the larger event, has fastened with total commitment onto a single survivable detail. A soda can on the SUV's dashboard, sweating, sliding 1 inch toward the edge with each shockwave, and he is watching the can. He is willing the can not to fall, because the can is a problem his mind can still hold. The next exchange sends a slab of the substation's perimeter wall, a ton of reinforced concrete moving like a thrown card, directly at them. Adam sees it. Mid-grapple, one glove gone, a 40-year reckoning in his other hand, and the part of him that has never once in any universe failed to count the people in the room sees the slab and the two men and does the arithmetic in the gap between heartbeats. He releases the lock on Connor, gives up the advantage, gives up the round, and moves and gets between the slab and the SUV, and the concrete meets his bare exposed forearm and stops as though it had hit the foundation of the world, folding around him in a fan of dust and gravel that does not reach the two men crouched behind him. For one full second, he stands there with his back to his enemy, shielding two terrified strangers whose company sells gods by the unit. And the choice costs him exactly what choices like that always cost, which is the fight. In his earpiece, their earpiece, the operatives, a voice is happening at a frequency and volume that suggests a human being coming apart in an office somewhere across town. What is that? Is that one of ours? Tell me right now it's one of ours, because if there are two non-asset enhanced individuals leveling a Con ED substation on public cameras during a contract negotiation, I will... Greg, is it filming? Please, for the love of... Is the branding in frame? Is the V in frame? Get the V out of frame. Get our logo off that SUV. Those are... Oh my God, those are not even powers. Those are... What is even annihilating? That's not a marketable... Greg. We did not clear this, and legal is going to... Ashley Barrett's voice does not finish a sentence the entire time the world is ending. It is the most coherent thing about the scene. Adam turns back, and Connor is reassembling for a strike that will not be throttled. So Adam stops throttling first. He brings his bare hand up, the exposed one, the one the suit no longer hides. And for the first time since he landed, he reaches all the way down into the thing he is, past the strength, past the flight, to the substrate where the forces themselves take orders. And he does not hit Connor. He scatters him. He reaches into the cohesion holding Connor Sims's anti-energy form in the shape of a man, and he opens his fingers, and the man comes apart. Not killed, you cannot kill Connor Sims any more than you can kill an idea, but dispersed, spread across a cubic mile of dusk as a thinning violet haze, a held breath finally, fully let go, scattered so wide it will take him hours to remember he was ever a single thing. The last of him hangs in the dead air over the ruined yard, like a bruise on the evening. And in that last instant before he disperses, the friend underneath the wound gets the final word after all. Not shouted, just left, the way you leave a key under a mat for someone you know will need it later. You'll have to look at it eventually, Adam. The seams. Ask why somebody built it. Then there is only the haze and the dark, and the dead transformers ticking as they cool. Adam Brashear stands in the wreckage of a power station as the last light goes out of the sky. One sleeve gone, one glove gone, his bare forearm dusted gray, the city black for a mile around him and lit beyond that, and 40 blocks of New Yorkers all looking up from their suddenly silent phones at the same starless patch of dark. Behind him, two operatives are alive who would not have been. Their company's logo is, despite Ashley's prayers, very much in frame. He does not look at the seams. He is the only living man in this world who could, and he turns his back on it, and that refusal, not the punch, not the scatter, not the wall he caught with his hand, is the most powerful thing he does all night. The city has finished noticing him. Now it is going to come find out what he is. The dark zone lasts 40 minutes before the first light comes back, and the first light is not the grid. It is him. He does not descend on a beam because a beam is staging, and staging is a thing you do for an audience you are not sure of. He simply arrives the way good news arrives in a commercial. Already there, already smiling, the costume catching street light that hasn't come back on yet because the light is coming off him, faintly, the way a man glows when he has decided he is the most important thing the dark has produced tonight. He lands in the dead substation yard across 40 feet of cooling slag, and he does it without disturbing the dust, which is its own kind of showing off. and he looks at the bare four-armed stranger standing in the wreckage of an entire city block with the open, beaming, faintly paternal warmth of a man arriving at a fundraiser. "Hey!" Homelander spreads his hands. The smile is good. The smile has been focus grouped by a generation of cameras, and it has never failed. "Hey, it's okay. It's okay. I've got it now. You can stand down, big guy." Whatever this was, a glance at the ruin, generous, forgiving, understanding. "We'll figure it out together. You look like you've had a rough one. What's your name?" The warmth has a specific texture, and Adam Brashear identifies it inside 2 seconds because he has spent his life being addressed by it. It is the warmth of a man performing kindness toward a camera he assumes is always running. It is benevolence aimed past the person, at the audience the person is standing in front of. Adam has heard it from senators and base commanders and one particular university dean in 1962, and it has never once, in any of those mouths, been aimed at the actual human being it was pointed at. Adam says nothing. He looks at Homelander the way he looked at the skyline, checking him against something, and he files the result and does not share it. The smile holds because the smile always holds. Strong, silent type. That's good. I respect that. Homelander drifts a half step closer, hands still open, still generous, and the performance recalibrates without his permission because the audience he assumes is always watching has not given him the thing the audience always gives him, which is the reflection, the flinch, the flattery, the fear. He keeps a smile up, and behind it something starts hunting for the missing response. "You know who I am. Everybody knows who I am. So you know how this goes. I'm going to need you to come with me, and we're going to get you the help you..." No. It is the first word Adam has spoken to him, and it is flat, and it is final, and it is not afraid. And Homelander's face does something it has not had to do in front of cameras in 20 years. It blanks, just for an instant. The smile stays nailed up, but the eyes behind it go briefly, totally empty. The look of a system receiving an input it has no routine for. He has been told no before, by Madeline in private, in the language of management. But he has never been told no by a man standing in front of 17 rising phones with the casual indifference of someone declining a flyer. No with no fear underneath it. No, that did not seem to understand that no was not available. And because contact has resolved every disagreement of Homelander's life, because the body is the argument he has never lost, his hand comes up and closes on Adam Brashear's collar. The thumb finds the side of the neck. This is the move. This is the move that ends things. The casual press of a thumb that lets a man feel the floor of his own mortality. And Homelander applies it with the absent confidence of a man turning a doorknob, and the neck does not yield. He presses harder. The smile is gone now, replaced by something more honest and much worse. A frown of pure cognitive friction because the neck is not yielding, and necks yield. Necks have always yielded. The entire structure of his understanding of the world rests on the load-bearing certainty that when he closes his hand, things inside it stop being whole. He puts his weight into it. Floodlights of heat begin to gather at the back of his retinas. Adam Brashear reaches up, without urgency, and removes the hand from his collar the way a man removes a child's grip from his sleeve. Not breaking it, not crushing it, simply deciding the hand will no longer be there, and making it so, and in the doing his thumb passes across the back of Homelander's hand, and it leaves a mark, a bruise. It blooms slow, modeling up under the skin in real time. Blue-black, ordinary, the most ordinary injury in the world, a thing that happens to school children and grandmothers. And Homelander stares at it on the back of his own hand with an expression that does not belong on the face of a god. It is the first tissue damage his body has received in 30 years. His nervous system has no file for it. There is no routine no learned response, no childhood memory of a scraped knee to slot it into, because he was never permitted a scraped knee. He was raised in a lab by men who measured him, in a corporation that monetized him, and he has spent his entire life as the hardest object in every room. And now there is a bruise on his hand, and the part of his brain that should know what to do with pain is reaching into an empty drawer. 17 phones are recording the most powerful man alive looking at a bruise like it is a tumor. The fight, such as it is, lasts 9 seconds, and it is short for the cruelest possible reason, because Adam refuses to make it long. Homelander comes apart into violence the way a child comes apart. All of it at once. No economy, heat vision, and a fist, and the full grotesque output of the most expensive weapon Vought ever built. And Adam does the minimum. That is the entire technique. He does not strike back. He does not need to. He turns the heat aside with a forearm that drinks it and does not redden. He catches the fist that has gone through tank armor, and holds it still in the air, simply holds it, the way you'd hold a door against a strong wind, and lets Homelander feel the exact size of the gap between what he is bringing and what is being held in reserve. Because that is the weapon, not the strength, the withholding of it. Every blow Homelander lands is permitted. Every blow that does nothing is a sentence in an argument Adam is making without words. I am choosing not to. I am choosing not to right now, and I am choosing not to, and I am still choosing not to. And a man who has spent his whole life as the ceiling discovers in real time that he has been standing under one, that there is a height above him he cannot see the top of, and that the thing occupying that height is looking down at him with something he has genuinely never received from another living being. Not hate, not fear, not worship, mercy. And mercy is the one thing in all the world that Homelander's nervous system files as a mortal threat. Because mercy is proof of a ceiling. Mercy is a stronger thing declining to end you. And he has been told his entire life that he is the strongest thing there is. And the lie of that is detonating quietly behind his eyes in front of 17 phones and a city holding its breath. Adam sets the fist down, steps back. Done. Here is the gift. And it arrives so quietly underneath the spectacle that Adam almost manages not to feel it. The crowd that has gathered at the edge of the dead zone, the New Yorkers drawn by the blackout and the noise, and the lightning flash of heat vision off concrete, they are filming, all of them, the way everyone films everything now. But they are not filming the way you film a disaster. They are filming the way you film a fight you want a particular man to win. Somebody calls out, not to Homelander, to him, to the stranger in the broken suit. And it is encouragement. It is rough and stupid and from the heart. And it is followed by another, and the phones are not pointed at the spectacle. They are pointed at him, and the faces behind the phones are doing the thing faces do when they have decided whose side they are on. And they have decided on the evidence of 9 seconds. On the evidence of a man who hit back the minimum and shielded 2 strangers and would not perform fear for a god. They are judging him by what he did. 60 years. 60 years in a world that took one look at the color of him and the size of him and the impossibility of him and decided what he was before he opened his mouth. A world he served anyway, in secret, masked, because his face made the work harder and the work mattered more than the credit. And here in a wrecked substation in a city that isn't real, a crowd of strangers has watched him act and rendered a verdict on the act. And the verdict is yes. It lands somewhere he keeps locked. He does not let it show. He has had a lifetime of practice not letting it show. But the lock is older than this world, and the thing behind it is very tired. And for 1/2 second, Adam Brashear, who has not been seen correctly by a crowd in his entire life, is seen correctly by a crowd. And the not showing it costs him more than catching the slab did. And then, because he is who he is, because 60 years built a man who tests every gift for the trap. The cold seam underneath turns over, a world that's willing to see you right, a crowd that arrives already on your side, a city that judges the deed and not the man on the first try without being taught. He has never been given this. The real world never gave him this. And a thing that hands you, unasked, the exact wound-shaped key you have wanted your whole life is a thing to be distrusted because the universe does not accommodate. The universe is not kind. The seams Connor pointed at are not the only thing stitched here, and the warmth of being finally, instantly understood feels, faintly, wrongly, like a room arranged to please him. He files it, he does not name it. He has gotten very good at not naming things. Homelander stands in the ruin with a bruise on his hand and a city pointing its phones at the other man, and the myth cracks live. You can watch it go. It is on the footage forever. The jaw working, the eyes scanning the crowd for the reflection that has always come back and not finding it. The slow horror of a man realizing that the love he has been fed his whole life was the only thing holding the shape of him together, and that it is, right now, on live cameras, flowing towards someone else. The dead eyes go wet, not tears. He would not permit tears, but the eyes shine, the way a child's eyes shine in the instant before the crying that they are too proud to do. The child God who was never told no, receiving no in the only language that could reach him. A thumb, a bruise, and mercy he did not earn and cannot answer. Adam Brashear turns and walks out of the dead zone, north, toward the line where the lights still work, and he does not look back. Not looking back is the cruelest thing he does, and he knows it, and he does it anyway, because the man behind him has spent his whole life being looked at. And the one thing in the universe he cannot survive is the discovery that he is not worth the turn of a head. Behind him, the grid comes back on. Block by block, the city relighting itself in a slow wave. And the most powerful being this world ever manufactured stands alone in the returning light. Looking at a bruise, learning the word no. Billy Butcher makes 3 kinds of phone call. The first kind is the one where he's already decided and he's letting you think you have a say. The second kind is the one where he wants something and he's pretending he doesn't. The third kind he makes maybe twice a decade, and Mallory could always tell which was which by the silence on the front end. The third kind opens with nothing, with breathing, with a man who has seen something that rearranged the furniture in his head and is calling because he needs the one person alive who won't flinch at the rearrangement. There's a fella, Butcher says, in a parked van that smells like old coffee and Frenchy cigarettes. The laptop on his knees still frozen on the frame everyone in the van has now watched 40 times. The frame of the bruise blooming on the back of Homelander's hand. Walked into a substation tonight. Twat in the cape put a thumb on his throat and got nothing back but a bruise and a brush off. He drags on the cigarette he isn't supposed to smoke in here. Didn't kill him. That's the bit. Had him cold and let him walk. Now, you spend your life waiting for the thing that scares the cunt, and then it turns up and it's polite. So I need to know who he is before Vought decides what he is. A beat. Pull everything. And Mallory, pull it the way they'd pull it. I want to see the file the same time they do. Hirsch gets the request at 2 in the morning and starts pulling threads. Here is the mechanism, and Hirsch, who has spent a career inside the machine, recognizes it the moment he sees the shape of it forming around the stranger from the footage, because it is the oldest play Vought owns and the only one that has never failed. You cannot beat the body. The body is the one thing they got right. The body is invulnerable. The body caught heat vision on a bare arm. So you do not aim at the body. You aim at the frame. You build the file. You assemble out of true documents and false ones, out of redactions and timelines and the careful omission of context, a version of the man that arrives before the man does, so that by the time anyone meets him, they are not meeting a person, they are confirming a dossier. You do not have to win the argument about who he is. You only have to be the one who asks the question, because the question is the weapon. Who is this man really? What is he hiding? Why does no record of him exist before tonight? You make the question, and the question does the killing, because a man can survive any answer, and no man survives the asking. Hirsch pulls the records to see what Vought will build the question out of. And the records are where it gets strange. There are records. That's the first surprise. A man who appeared out of nothing should have nothing behind him. But Adam Brashear has a paper trail going back 6 decades. Military service, a doctorate, a sealed federal incident in 1962. And Hirsch, reading it at 3 in the morning with the specific clarity of the very tired, finds himself looking at documents that are wrong in a way he cannot file. The 1962 file first, a containment event, a man brought in, studied, classified, and then, the part that stops Hirsch cold, laundered, not buried, laundered the way you launder a thing you intend to keep using. The records show a black scientist, a physicist, decorated, brilliant, who saved a great many lives in an event the file describes in the flat vocabulary of property damage, and who was then quietly removed from his own history, reassigned into a mask, filed under a costume so that the work could continue without the inconvenience of the face attached to it. The man's actual name appears once and is thereafter a redaction, and around the redaction someone has built an entire respectable absence. Then the church. It's a marginal note, a thread Hirsch nearly doesn't pull. A small congregation in a building the 1962 file lists, in passing, as a property of interest. A church that should not still exist. The records around it have the texture of a thing scheduled for demolition that kept getting reprieves nobody authorized. The building and its people persisting past every date by which the file had quietly assumed they'd be gone. Hirsch flags it without knowing why it matters. It will matter. And the documents themselves are wrong. The federal ink is the obvious tell. Hirsch runs the isotopic dating out of pure habit, and the carbon signature on the 1962 paper is off. The ratios reading as a forgery, good enough to fool a clerk and not good enough to fool a man who does this for a living. Sloppy, he thinks, rushed. But it's the other wrongness that he sits with at 3 in the morning and cannot make go away. The wrongness he has no box for. Parts of the record read like they were written for a history that didn't happen. Not falsified, mismatched. References to events with no antecedent. A timeline that assumes a world adjacent to the one the rest of the file describes. Names that should be cross-referenced and instead simply dangle, as if the documents around them were composed by someone working from a different map of the same city. Hirsch writes forgery, multiple hands, possible legacy ops contamination in his notes because forgery is the frame he has, and he closes the laptop and he is wrong, and he has no way of knowing he is wrong. He has just read the fingerprints of 2 universes pressed into the same paper, and he has filed it under bad craftsmanship, because the truth that this man's records are stitched together from a history that was never supposed to be here is not a thing his frame can hold. He just doesn't have the box. Nobody in this world does. Vought makes the offer at dawn. It comes the way these things come. Clean, generous, deniable. A lawyer and a man from talent acquisition and a contract thick as a phone book delivered to Adam in the daylight quiet of a diner he ducked into for the first food he's eaten in this world, or his own in longer than that. The pitch is the pitch they make to everyone, the warmth with the contract underneath it, a place in the program, resources, a costume, a story. They'll write him a good one, and a number with a great many zeros, in exchange for the only thing they actually want, which is that the man who bruised their God should become a thing they own and can therefore explain. Adam Brashear sets down his fork. He has heard this offer in some dialect his entire life. He answers it in 8 words. I don't work for people who file men. He goes back to his eggs. The lawyer leaves. By the time Adam declines, 2 packets exist, and neither knows about the other. The first is Hirsch's. Hirsch, sitting with what he found, has done the thing the good ones do when the official frame curdles. He has quietly built a second file, the protective kind, the kind you assemble not to destroy a man, but to keep one from being destroyed. The laundered 1962 record, the church, the redacted name made legible again. Evidence that the stranger from the footage is not an anomaly to be solved, but a person who has already been erased once and is about to be erased again. Hirsch doesn't fully know what he's protecting. He knows the shape of it is a man being filed, and he has decided in the small hours to put a thumb on the other side of the scale. The second packet belongs to Thomas. Thomas does not work out of a tower. The men who do the actual filing never do. He works out of an office that could belong to an estate lawyer or a regional comptroller. A room with good light and no photographs. And he is on the phone when we find him, and he has been told about the substation footage, and he is not angry. That is the first thing. He is not angry. Rage would be a kind of acknowledgement, and Thomas does not acknowledge. It's gotten into the city, he says, and the widget lands the way it's meant to, the way a man says it about water in a basement, about mold behind a wall. His voice is unhurried, cultured, almost kind. The voice of a man who has never once in his life had to raise it because the world was arranged, long before his birth, to do as he indicated. I've seen the footage. Everyone's seen the footage. That's the difficulty, isn't it? But let's not lose our heads. We've cleaned up worse than a contamination event with a good close-up. A pause while he listens, while he turns a pen over once on the blotter. No, not a person. Don't do that. Don't let it become a person in your mind. That's precisely the error it's counting on. It presents as a person. They always present well, the durable ones. That's what makes them persistent. He says it the way you'd note that rats are clever, with a faint, appreciative distaste. The horror is not in the volume. There is no volume. The horror is in how settled it is, how administrative. The dehumanization not performed but simply assumed. A foundation poured so long ago, he no longer remembers it as a choice. I pulled his file, 62, a dry sound that is not quite a laugh. We had him then. We had him handled, properly filed, and somebody got sentimental and laundered him into a costume instead of finishing the job. And now here we are, 2 generations later, paying the interest on someone else's softness. He should have been a closed matter in 1963. The pen turns again. And the building, they've still got the building, you know? Their little congregation. That was supposed to be gone. That was a scheduled vacancy. 40 years of reprieves nobody signed off on. An entire population that simply declined to conclude on the timeline. Persisting, past permission, like it had a right. He is talking about people the way other men talk about an invasive species that has unaccountably failed to die back in the winter. He is talking about a man who has saved more lives than Thomas will ever meet as a logistics problem, a refiling, a stain to be returned to its proper absence. And the most sickening part, the part the listener on the other end of the line will not be able to put down, is that Thomas does not believe he is cruel. Thomas believes he is correcting. In Thomas's frame, there was a natural order to who counted and who didn't, who got to be a person in the file and who was only ever an entry. And his whole 60-year project has been the patient restoration of that filing against the constant, exhausting tendency of the wrong sort of people to insist on existing anyway. Build the question, Thomas says. The same play. The mirror of Hirsch's, the destroying kind. I don't need anyone to believe an answer. I need them to ask. By Friday, I want every screen in this country asking who he is and why there's no record. And we'll make sure the record they do find is the one I'm sending you. He sets the pen down. And quietly now, no footage, we've learned that lesson. I want the building dealt with, the congregation. It's been allowed to persist for 60 years. Let's not make it 61. He hangs up the way you'd close a ledger. Two packets then, moving toward each other in the dark, neither aware of the other. One built to keep a man a person, one built to return him to a category, and a church neither Adam nor Hirsch nor the crowd, nor the bruised God in the relit ruin, knows is now, as of dawn, scheduled. The reader knows. The reader is the only one who knows everything and can do nothing, which is the oldest and cruelest seat in any house. Stan Edgar reads the 1962 file the way he reads everything, which is to say once completely, with no expression that would survive a photograph. He has Sage brought in because Sage is the only mind in the building that operates at his altitude, and because the file has produced in him a faint sensation he does not enjoy and cannot name. The sensation of a clean ledger with one entry that doesn't reconcile. He slides the folder across the desk. He does not editorialize. Edgar has learned that the fastest way to get the truth out of Sage is to hand her a problem and remove himself from it, because she is incapable of leaving a thread unpulled, and equally incapable of performing for an audience she's already assessed as redundant. She reads it faster than he did. Her mind does what her mind always does. The constant, low, kinetic churn of a system that has never once in its adult life found a room it couldn't model. Processing the laundered service record, the containment event, the redacted name, the costume, the 60 years of institutional housekeeping, sorting it all into the cool architecture of an operational problem. Then she turns to the church page, and the churn stops. Edgar notices it because Edgar notices everything, and because the stopping is so unlike her. Sage thinks the way a river runs, there is always motion, always the next assessment arriving before the last one finishes. A background hum of cognition that does not switch off even when she's bored, especially when she's bored. He has watched her solve a hostile takeover and a hostage protocol with the same idle, half-present efficiency, the great engine never fully engaged because nothing has ever required all of it. The engine engages now. He can see it. She goes still, physically still, the small, constant fidget of her hand stopping. And she reads the church page a second time, and then she asks a question that is not in her brief. Why didn't they disperse? Edgar waits. The building was decommissioned in '63. Her finger is on the line, the marginal note, the scheduled vacancy that never vacated. Federal seizure, structural condemnation. The congregation has no legal claim, no funding, there's no operational reason for them to still be there. 37 years. The cost of staying exceeded the cost of leaving in the first year, and it's only diverged since. She looks up, and the thing in her face is one Edgar has not seen there in the entire time he has known her. So why are they still in the building? It is, he understands, the first question she has asked in years that has nothing to do with the assignment. It is a question asked for its own sake, by a mind so starved for a problem worthy of it that it has reached past the operational frame entirely and seized on the one variable in the file that doesn't optimize. A population behaving against its own measurable interest for 37 years, persisting in a thing she has no model for, because the model would require a value she doesn't carry. Edgar notices that she wants to know. Sage notices that he noticed. Neither of them names it. That is the seam, and it opens silently, the way the most important seams do. Two of the coldest operators in the host world, one of them having just felt the involuntary pull of curiosity toward a thing that cannot be optimized, the other having just watched her feel it. Edgar files the observation. Sage files the question. The folder sits open on the desk between them on the church page, and the church goes on existing, unaware, the way it has gone on existing for 37 years, for the one reason Sage cannot compute. Adam Brashear is sitting on a bench in a small park north of the dead zone, eating the second meal of his life in this world out of a paper bag, when a man sits down next to him without being invited and says nothing for a while. This is correct procedure for the bench. Adam allows it. "Saw your work," Butcher says eventually, watching the pigeons with the affectionate contempt of a man who has decided pigeons and people are roughly the same problem. Down the substation, the Cape put his thumb on you and got a bruise for his trouble. He lets that sit. "Then you let him walk. That's the part I can't get past, mate. Had him cold. Let him toddle off home." He turns his head finally and looks at Adam directly, and the look is a professional one. The look of a man pricing a thing he badly wants and badly distrusts in equal measure. Most blokes, that's mercy. With you, it read like arithmetic. Like you done the sum and killing him cost more than letting him live. A beat. So which was it? Adam folds the top of the paper bag down. He has met this man's type in every uniform of the last 60 years. The one who's been close enough to the machine, long enough to have worn the machine's grease into his own skin, and who hates the machine the way you can only hate a thing you understand completely. He knows the type. The type knows him. That's the trouble. "Both," Adam says. Butcher almost smiles. "I run a small concern," he says, dedicated to the proposition that the firm with the V on it wants gelding. We've a file on you already, by the way. Got it off a man inside who's gone soft in his old age and decided you're worth protecting. He produces, from inside his coat, a folder, Hirsch's folder, the protective packet in the flesh, and sets it on the bench between them without opening it. "Your file's a bloody strange read. Records that don't sit right. A church in it, for some reason. Calvary Baptist," Adam says. He says it before Butcher finishes. He says it without being told. He says it the way a man says the name of a place that was a relationship long before it became a line in a file. The two words carrying a building in a Sunday morning, and the smell of a specific furniture polish, and the particular acoustics of a particular room where 60 years and one universe ago, a version of this story had a church in it that meant something. And the meaning arrives in Adam's voice fully assembled, and it lands on the bench between them with a weight that has nothing to do with operations. Butcher goes quiet, because Butcher came to this bench to assess a weapon, and what he got instead, in two words and the way a man said them, was a person, a whole interior, a grief with an address. And that is not what Butcher wanted. That complicates the arithmetic Butcher runs on everyone, and the recognition unsettles him more than a fight would have. He came to find out what Adam is. He has accidentally found out who Adam is, and who is always more dangerous to a man like Butcher than what, because what you can use and who you have to reckon with. And Adam is just as unsettled for the mere reason, because this rough, ruined, untrusting man pulled his file, and instead of building a question out of it the way the machine does, he carried it across town to warn him. The two of them sit on the bench knowing the same machine from opposite ends of its life, one who served it masked and one who hunts it openly, and the recognition between them is total and immediate, and neither one of them was ready for it. It is not an alliance. It is worse and better than an alliance. It is two men discovering they speak the same private language in a country where they each assumed they were the only native speaker. "Right," Butcher says finally, standing, leaving the folder. "Well, You know where it is then. The church. He looks at it, the word on Adam's face. Might want to mind it. The strange records lot don't pull a file like this to leave a place be. He walks off into the morning. Adam sits with the folder he doesn't need to open and the name he was never told. Sage runs Adam's data that night because she cannot not run it. The church question is still in her, a splinter, a value that won't resolve. And she does the thing she always does with an irritant, which is to attack it with everything until it submits. And so she pulls every scrap of telemetry, the substation footage, and the city's sensor net captured on the stranger. And she builds a model, because building a model is how she makes the world hold still and behave. The model returns a value she has never seen. His temporal signature does not read as displaced. She expected displaced. A man out of his own time or place reads as displaced, a vector with an origin she could trace. This is not that. The readout, when her models try to render what he is, returns a null, not zero, not error, but the specific output a system produces when it has been asked to measure a thing that was never supposed to be measurable. The readout you get when the question itself is malformed because the thing it's pointed at exists in a category the instrument was never built to hold. The value should not return a result at all. It returns the shape of having no result, a formal, structured nothing where a number should be. Sage looks at it for a long time, and then she does the thing that has never happened to her before, the thing that is going to matter more than any of the things she gets right. She is wrong, and she doesn't know it. Instrument error, she files. Sensor net wasn't built for whatever output he generates. Garbage in. It is the only explanation available inside her frame, and her frame is the largest frame in this world, and it is not large enough. Because the truth is that her instruments work perfectly and measured accurately, a man from a universe that this one's physics has no permission to describe. And the null is not error. The null is the correct answer, the readout of a thing the local reality genuinely cannot file. She sets it down. She has just touched the actual truth of him. The woman in this world best equipped to understand what Adam Brashear is held it in her hands for a moment. And she set it down because for the first time in her life, the smartest entity in the room hit a value she couldn't crack and reached like anyone, for the explanation that let her stop. The crack it leaves in her is small and new and permanent. She is not used to being wrong. She does not yet know that she is. The not knowing is the first thing she and the rest of the world have ever had in common, and it sits in her overnight like a stone in a shoe she can't find. The van parked 3 blocks from the bench has been having a different conversation. Frenchie has been explaining the bench contact to Kimiko in a register he describes, to no one who asked, as providing clarity as a service. Narrating Butcher's body language through the long lens with the confidence of a man who has decided his interpretations are a public good, getting roughly half of it gloriously wrong and the other half unnervingly right, and pausing every so often to assure the van that his read is, and he wants to be clear about this, complimentary. He likes the big one, Frenchie reports. You see the shoulders? Butcher does not relax the shoulders. The shoulders are relaxed. This is love, or it is the other thing. And with Butcher, these are frequently the same thing. This is what I am providing, this clarity, free of charge. MM is not listening to Frenchie. MM is folding towels. There's a stack of clean laundry in the van for reasons no one has questioned, and MM has been folding it the entire time. And the folds are exact 5-inch squares, corner to corner, the stack rising with a geometric precision that is the only thing in MM's life currently under his control, because the man on the bench bruised Homelander and let him live. And that fact has done something to MM's sense of what's possible that he is managing the only way he knows how, which is to make at least these towels behave. 5 inches, he says to no one, when Frenchie pauses for breath. Everything else is on fire, but these towels are going to be 5 inches. He squares another one. That's all I got. That's the whole plan. Frenchie nods, deeply moved. This too is clarity. 3 blocks away, a man sits on a bench with a folder he didn't open and a church he was never told about. Across town, the smartest woman in the world has filed the truth under instrument error, and the second smartest man has filed it under bad forgery. The 2 pieces sit in 2 separate buildings, and between them, they would explain everything, and they will never be in the same room. The reader holds both. The reader always holds both. That is the seat the reader is in, and there is no getting up from it. The thing about getting deployed at 2 in the morning to a midtown street corner is that there is no ocean within 4 miles, and Kevin knows it, and he has decided to be a professional about it. He has decided this in the van on the way over, somewhere around the Queens Midtown Tunnel, when it became unavoidable that the body of water nearest the engagement zone was a decorative fountain outside a bank. He understands what it means that he was called. He understands the alphabet. He understands that the deep sits at the bottom of every roster Vought has ever printed. That assessment and containment at the quiet hour by someone who didn't loop Edgar in is the kind of assignment you hand the option you reach for last, and he has chosen, with a dignity that is, in its way, the most heroic thing anyone does all night, to commit fully anyway. He has brought a water bottle, a large one. He is not going to talk about the water bottle. He is just going to have it. The B team is otherwise solid. There is Blind Spot, whose sensory disruption can fold a room's worth of perception into a single blind smear. There is a Speedster whose name no one will remember. There is the EMP, a containment package, technically a piece of equipment rather than a person, that has flatlined a city block's worth of electronics on 3 prior occasions and is being deployed tonight on the theory that the stranger, whatever he is, presumably runs on something. They find Adam walking north on an empty avenue under dead-for-now streetlights, and they fan out around him the way the orientation video says to, and Kevin clears his throat. What follows takes about 40 seconds and is, from the B team's perspective, the worst 40 seconds of their professional lives. The Speedster goes first because Speedsters always go first, and Adam watches him come with the mild attentive interest of a man at an aquarium. He does not dodge. Dodging would require the Speedster to be relevant. He simply is not where the Speedster's fist arrives, by a margin of inches that the Speedster's own velocity converts into a problem, and then he is holding the Speedster's wrist, not hard, just held, a full stop applied to a body that had been counting on the world to keep moving. And he sets the man down on the asphalt, sitting up, gently, the way you'd seat a toddler, and turns back to the others before the Speedster has finished understanding that he is on the ground. Blind Spot folds the street. It is genuinely impressive work, a wholesale collapse of the visual field, the kind of thing that has ended fights before they started, the world going to a gray hum with no up in it. Adam closes his eyes because he doesn't need them, and keeps walking, and says to her, conversationally over the disruption, "What's your range on that?" Blind Spot mid-power has a small professional crisis. Nobody asks the range. People panic, or they flail, or they go down. Nobody has ever, in the middle of being blinded, asked her a polite technical question about the parameters of her own ability. And the worst part, the part she will think about for weeks, is that he means it. There is no contempt in it. He is a man who has spent his life around extraordinary abilities and finds hers legitimately interesting and wants to know how far it reaches. And the genuine curiosity is so much more disarming than any insult that she lets the disruption drop on instinct, the way you'd lower a weapon when someone refuses to treat it like one. "About 60 feet, she says before she can stop herself. "That's good," Adam says, and means that too, which leaves the EMP, and the EMP is the one they were actually counting on, and they trigger it at point-blank range against his chest. It hits him. The pulse dumps its entire charge into the center of mass of a man they have correctly assessed as powered, on the entirely reasonable theory that powered things have a power source, and power sources can be interrupted. And the pulse arrives at the thing in Adam Brashear's chest, the thing that is not a battery, that is not a reactor, in any sense their equipment was built to model. That is a contained relationship with the fundamental forces of the universe, maintained continuously for 60 years. And the thing in his chest drinks it, takes the EMP's discharge the way a furnace takes a thrown match, and Adam feels a small, pleasant warmth, the way you'd feel a single extra log. He looks down at the smoking, spent device, and then at the operators who deployed it, and there is no menace in what he says, only a kind of weary kindness, the patience of a man explaining gravity to people who have spent their whole lives certain they could argue with it. You're trying to jumpstart something that was never a flashlight battery. Kevin, who has been waiting for an opening to use with dignity the water bottle, quietly does not use the water bottle. The fight ends not because Adam wins it, he won it before it started, that was never the variable, but because the scaffolding comes down. It is across the street and half a block up, a sidewalk shed over a facade renovation. And the cause is mundane and therefore worse. The EMP's discharge, or the speedster's near miss, or simply the accumulated bad luck of any structure that men have been arguing under, and a connection that was rated for exactly its load and not 1 pound more chooses this moment to stop being rated for anything. 800 pounds of pipe and plank and counterweight let go of the building and begin to be the property of the ground. Underneath it, a woman, night shift, scrubs under a coat, headphones in, the specific tired tunnel vision of a person 90 minutes from the end of a 12-hour shift, walking home through a city she has correctly assessed as none of her business at 2 in the morning. She is not looking up. There is no reason she would be looking up. The world has not, in her experience, required her to look up. Adam is in the middle of a sentence to blind spot when he stops being in the middle of it. He does not appear to hurry. That is the thing the footage will show, the thing the B team will not be able to explain to the debrief. There is no visible acceleration, no heroic blur. There is simply a man who was here and is now there, under the falling shed, one hand up, and the 800 pounds arrives in his palm and stops. Not crashes to a halt. Stops, the kinetic energy bleeding off into him with no sound louder than a settling sigh. 1.3 seconds from the moment of release to the moment it is held, motionless, a foot above a woman who has only just now registered, through the headphones, that something is wrong. And then he sets it down. Carefully. That is the characterization. The whole man in a single motion. He sets 800 pounds of collapsed scaffolding down on the sidewalk gently, with 2 hands now, easing it, the way you'd lower something fragile, something that could break. And it could not break. It is already broken. It is wreckage. The care is objectively unnecessary, and he extends it anyway, because the care is not about the scaffolding. The care is the reflex underneath the power, worn smooth by the 10,000th repetition, the instinct of a man who has spent his entire life catching things and has never once let the catching become careless. Because the day you catch a life carelessly is the day you've forgotten what you're holding. He crouches to the woman's level. "You're all right," he says. Not a question first, the reassurance first, because he has learned that the question comes better after the body believes it's safe. "Are you hurt?" She is not. She is staring. She pulls one headphone out. "You can go on home," Adam says gently. "It's over." She goes. She will tell this story for the rest of her life and get the important part right, which is not the strength. It's that he set it down like it mattered. On his way back past the corner, Adam stops at a hot dog cart that took a glancing hit in the chaos. The umbrella bent, the front wheel folded under, and he rights it and straightens the wheel between two fingers and reseats the umbrella and tests it with a small shake to make sure it'll hold before he moves on. Nobody asked him to. There was no one watching the cart. He fixed it because it was broken and he was passing. And those two facts have always, in his arithmetic, been sufficient. The gift lands here, and it lands hardest, and it lands in the smallest possible package. The bodega on the corner has its lights on, one of the few things in the dead zone that does, a generator humming, and the owner has watched the whole thing from behind his register. And when Adam steps in for water and a thing to eat, the man waves off the money. Just waves it off. A small motion of a hand that has rung up 10,000 transactions and has decided this one is not going to be one of them? No, not from you, not tonight. And Adam Brashear, who has saved more lives than this city holds and done almost all of it masked, in the dark, with the credit going to other faces because his own face made the work harder. Adam, who learned 60 years ago to protect people from behind glass and apologize for the cost of the broken window, who has never once in his life been allowed to be publicly, simply gratefully thanked for the thing he is best at in all the universe, stands in a bodega at 2 in the morning and is thanked, plainly, by a man waving off $4 and lets himself feel a sliver of it. Just a sliver. He has rationing down to a science, but it gets in. The thing the real world never permitted gets in through a waved off $4, and for one breath he is not a contamination problem or a weapon or a file or an anomaly. He is a man who helped in a place that noticed and was glad of it. He takes the water. He leaves the $4 on the counter anyway, under the napkins, where the man won't find it until later, because being thanked is one thing, and letting it cost someone is another, and he has limits. The deep catches him outside. Not to fight. That's been over for minutes. The B team is gathering its dignity and its unconscious speedster. But because Kevin has spent the whole engagement noticing something he can't put down, and Kevin, for all the things he is the only person on the roster who listens to a layer of the world the rest of them have never once considered. Hey man, we're not doing the thing anymore, He's earnest. It's the worst and best thing about him. The fish felt you when you got here. Whenever that was, they were freaking out, all up and down the harbor, They don't do that. Something came through and the water rang like. He gropes for it. Like when something heavy gets dropped in and it's the wrong shape for the hole. They couldn't settle. They still can't. Honestly, I can kind of feel it right now. It's like a note that won't stop. He shrugs, miserable, sincere. I don't know what that means. I just figured somebody should know the fish are upset. About you, specifically. It is the most honest thing anyone has said to Adam all night, and it is a clue, and Kevin has no idea it's a clue, and neither does Adam. Not fully, but Adam files it, the way he filed the building in the wrong place, in the skyline 1 degree off true, and Connor's hand on the torn edge of the world. The water rang. Something came through that was the wrong shape for the hole. He files it next to the others. In the drawer he has decided not to open, and the drawer is getting full. Thank you, Adam says, and means it, because a man who tells you the truth about yourself when he has no reason to is owed at least that. Get to water. You don't look well out here. Kevin, near tears at being correctly perceived for the first time in the entire night, goes to find water. 3 blocks away in the van, Butcher watches the bodega footage on the laptop, the $4 left under the napkins, which the camera caught and which Butcher, alone of everyone, understands the meaning of. And he is quiet for a long time. And when he speaks, it is not to anyone. It is to the problem itself. That's the trouble with him. He lights a cigarette he isn't supposed to. Everybody else in this city's trying to be seen. The Cape, the firm, the whole bloody pantheon. It's all want in it, It's all please. God look at me with a cape on. And you can fight that. You can always fight a thing that needs you to watch it. He exhales. But that one, he left 4 quid under the napkin so the bloke wouldn't have to know he'd been kind. He don't need watching. He don't need anything. He closes the laptop on the frozen image of a man who fixes hot dog carts. And that's the most dangerous thing in this city, sunshine. And nobody's clocked it yet but me. You can't fight something that already knows exactly what it is. There's no handle on it. There's nothing to pull. A beat in the dark, the cherry of the cigarette, the only light. Which means either he's the best thing that's ever happened to us, or he's the last thing that ever happens to anybody. And I genuinely could not tell you which. The floor, which has been rising all night, rises 1 more degree. The fish do not settle. Edgar gives Sage no parameters, and that is how she knows what the assignment actually is. He calls her in, and he does not say assess the asset or open a channel or bring him in. He says, in the flat economy of a man who has never once needed to over-specify to the only person who operates at his level, that she should go and see the stranger about his file. And then he stops talking. The absence is the instruction. Edgar deals in parameters the way other men deal in air. Every operation he has ever run came wrapped in constraints, contingencies, deniabilities. And the deliberate omission of all of them is a message Sage receives whole. I am not telling you what to do because I want to see what you do. The unreconciled entry in the ledger is yours now. Solve it however your particular machine solves things. They both know it. Neither says it. She takes her coat. She finds him at the library because she has built a complete model of who he is, and the model is good. Good enough that she did not have to look. A man who declines a God-making contract in 8 words and then catches 800 pounds and sets it down gently is a man who, when the situation turns from action to understanding, goes to the place built for understanding. He is not hiding, he is reading. The model told her the room before she entered it, and being right about the room is, she notices, less satisfying than usual, because the man inside it is the one variable her model keeps returning malformed. He's at the long oak table, the same one, with the same patient stillness, a stack of municipal records in front of him that he has clearly requested himself. He does not look up when she sits down across from him. He knows it's her. The body knows the way the body always knows. The barometric thing, the particular pressure of another apex entering the room. And he lets her sit, and he finishes the line he's reading, and only then does he raise his eyes and they look at each other across a library table. 2 people armored in the exact same alloy, and the looking goes on, a beat too long to be only assessment. She came to brief him on the file. She opens her mouth to brief him on the file. She tells him about the church instead. The deed is from 1934, Sage says, and she does not know as she begins that she is not going to stop. 7 families. They pooled what they had and they bought the building outright. No mortgage, which mattered because it meant nobody could take it for debt. The congregation grew. Decommissioned in '63, federal seizure, structural condemnation, all the levers pulled at once. The way they're pulled when the point isn't really the building. She has the records in her own head. She does not need notes. She never needs notes. By every model I can run, they should have dispersed. The cost of staying exceeded the cost of leaving inside the first year, and it has only diverged since. There is no operational reason for that congregation to still be in that building. And they're still in the building, Adam says, quietly, not a question. 53 years. And here's the thing she did not come to say, the variable that stopped her engine in Edgar's office and has not let it fully restart since. The detail she pulled because she could not stop pulling it. They've kept it up the whole time. Someone reglazed the windows in '71. There's a maintenance log, an actual log, handwritten, passed down, and somebody has been cleaning the gutters every autumn for 53 years. The gutters. On a building the government says doesn't exist, that they have no claim to, that costs them everything to keep and returns them nothing my models can find. She looks at him, and the great cold engine that has never met its match is, in this moment, simply a person asking another person the only question she has ever asked for its own sake. Why would anyone keep the gutters clean on a building that was taken from them 60 years ago? Adam Brashear is quiet for a moment. Then he says it back to her. 3 words, and he gives them the exact weight of the thing they describe, no more and no less. The weight of 7 families and 53 autumns, and a decision made over and over by people who concluded that a bureaucrat's signature did not get to decide what was theirs. They kept the gutters clean, and the armor cracks. It is not visible from the outside. Sage's face does not change. She has 60 years less practice than Adam, but she has practice. The crack is internal, a hairline seam opening from the base of her sternum and traveling up, fine as a fracture in glass. And like a fracture in glass, it does not close. She built her armor the way he built his, not out of cruelty, but out of necessity, out of being a particular kind of mind in institutions that were designed from the foundation up, without her in them. Designed for a different sort of person to be the one who counts, the one in the file, the one whose presence requires no explanation. She has spent her whole life being the smartest entity in rooms that were never built to contain her, and she has armored herself against that the only way it can be armored against. And now a man across a library table has answered her unoptimizable question, not by solving it, but by honoring it, by understanding instantly and completely that the gutters were never about the gutters, and the recognition lands on the exact seam in her that no one has ever found because no one has ever been built out of the same material. She does not let it show. He sees it anyway. He is the only one who could. She gives him the earpiece before she goes. It is a small thing, matte and unremarkable, and she sets it on the oak table between them and slides it across with 2 fingers, the mirror of the way the bodega owner waved off $4, the gesture of a person doing a kindness they have decided not to narrate. It runs on the channel out of the tunnel, she says. The old one. It goes both ways. A pause, and the pause is where the sentence she means to finish goes to not be finished. In case. She does not say, in case you need help. She does not say, in case I do. She does not say, in case the thing I am supposed to be doing to you and the thing I find myself wanting are not the same thing, and I need a way to reach you that Edgar didn't authorize and can't hear. She says in case, and she lets the 2 words carry all of it, and she trusts him to receive the incomplete sentence as the complete one it is. And he does. He picks up the earpiece. He does not ask her to finish. He accepts the unfinished sentence as whole, because he is a man who has spent his life saying the most important things in the smallest available number of words, who said both and no, and they kept the gutters clean. And he recognizes in her economy the same instinct that governs his own, that the things that matter most are the things you can least afford to over-explain, because explanation is a kind of exposure, and people like them learned a long time ago what exposure costs. 2 people who built the same wall out of the same material in proximity for the first time, watching each other's walls fail in the specific way walls fail when they recognize their own brick. And here, underneath the warmth, and the warmth is real, the warmth is the realest thing that has happened to him in this world or the last. Adam registers the wrongness and chooses not to look at it, because the recognition is too precise. He has lived 60 years. He has met in all that time, in 2 universes now, exactly no one built out of his exact material. No one armored in his alloy, lonely in his specific dialect, made cold by the same furnace of being the wrong kind of brilliant in rooms that wanted a different kind of person to be the one who mattered. And now here, in a world that has already shown him a building in the wrong place, and a skyline a degree off true and water that rang when he arrived, here is a woman who matches him with a precision that no probability he could run would produce. A world that has been handing him, one by one, the exact things the real world spent 60 years withholding: open gratitude, a crowd's verdict, the simple dignity of being thanked, has now handed him the largest of all of them. Someone who sees him, built like him, who came on her own and told him things she didn't come to tell. It is the dream logic thing. He knows it the way you know it inside a dream that is accommodating you too well. The sense, just under the warmth, that everything you have ever needed happens to be in the room, arranged, waiting for you, and that no waking world is ever this kind. Somewhere beneath the seam she just opened in him, a colder, older part of Adam Brashear notes that the gift arrived too perfectly shaped, that the universe does not accommodate, that this one keeps accommodating, and that a thing which keeps handing you the wound-shaped key is a thing to be read very carefully before you turn it. He does not name it. That is the trap, and he knows it's the trap, and he walks into it with his eyes open, because the gift is so good, because being seen is so good after 60 years, that he chooses not to examine why it arrived. He has spent his whole life examining everything. He has earned, he tells himself, the right to leave one thing unexamined. He is wrong about that. It is the one thing he most needed to examine. But he is tired, and she is real, and the seam in his own sternum has been open since they kept the gutters clean, and a man can only hold so many drawers shut at once. He pockets the earpiece. The drawer with the clues in it stays closed. A new drawer, the one with her in it, he leaves open on purpose, and that, the choosing to leave it open, is the most human thing he has done since he arrived. Across town, Ashley Barrett is having a different kind of afternoon. The mayor's office is on 3. Her assistant says it the way you'd report a fire. The mayor wants to know if he can do a parade. Ashley closes her eyes. A parade. For the new one, the strong one, in Queens, on Saturday. He says the constituents are very excited and he'd like to, quote, get out ahead of the energy. And he wants to know if Vought can confirm the talent's availability and provide a, quote, merchandising framework. Ashley opens her eyes and looks at the ceiling of an office in a building with a V on the top of it, the headquarters of an organization that owns the patents on the most powerful beings on Earth, that has built a quarterly earnings pantheon and a national security apparatus and a 60-year machine for deciding who counts, and that has, at this moment, no idea where the man in question is, no contract with him, no leverage over him, no power source that affects him, no file on him that isn't either a forgery or a thing Sage misfiled as instrument error, and absolutely no mechanism by which it could confirm his availability for a parade in Queens on Saturday. Tell the mayor, Ashley says slowly, that we are thrilled about the energy and that the talent schedule is currently being finalized by the talent. She presses the heels of her hand into her eyes. And get me whoever authorized a B team at 2 in the morning without telling Edgar, because there is a parade now, Greg. There is a municipal event, and I would like to know which of us is going to explain to Mr. Edgar that the city wants to throw a festival for a man we cannot find, contract, or measure. Oh my God, can we even sell the merch? Is he licensable? Is there a form for this? Greg, is there a form? There is no form. It is, in its way, the most hopeful thing happening in the entire city. An institution built to file every person on Earth has met one it cannot file, and the city, sensing it, wants to throw him a parade. The fish, somewhere out in the harbor, still do not settle. The note that won't stop has not stopped. And in a library reading room, two people built out of the same failing material sit across an oak table from each other a moment longer than they need to, both inside the warmest thing that has happened to either of them in years, both in a place neither will name. Aware that warmth this exact, in a world this accommodating, is the shape a trap takes when it has studied you carefully enough to know precisely what you were always denied. Neither one gets up. Sage burns her perimeter at 4 in the morning, and she does it correctly, which is the only way she has ever done anything. She does not delete the signature data. Deletion leaves a hole, and a hole is a confession. A hole says something was here, and someone removed it. And Edgar reads holes the way other men read headlines. So she does not delete, she builds. She reroutes Vought's biological tracking grid, the citywide net that samples compound V signatures off every enhanced individual in the metro. The thing that should have had Adam mapped to a city block within an hour of the substation. And she rebuilds its parameters so that the gap where his data should live reads not as absence, but as non-applicability. As a query the system was simply never asked to run, the readout indistinguishable from a sensor that has functioned perfectly and found nothing because there was correctly nothing to find. She makes his absence look like the grid's own design. She does it with a parameter set so clean that when Edgar reviews it, and Edgar will review it, she builds it knowing he will not be able to prove it was built to be flawless in a specific direction, because flawlessness in a specific direction and flawlessness in general are, when the work is this good, the same artifact. There is no deniability this time. That is what makes it different from everything she has ever done. Every other compromise of her career came wrapped in a deniability she engineered first. This one she leaves bare, because the only way to make it invisible is to make it real, to genuinely fold his absence into the grid's architecture so that there is nothing to find, because there is nothing left that was ever separate from the system itself. It cannot be undone. She has not hidden a thing. She has changed the shape of the room so the thing was never in it. The cost is her entire margin. 3 years of carefully banked institutional trust, the deniability she has lived inside the way Adam lived inside his mask. And she spends all of it in one parameter set at 4 in the morning for a man she has spoken to twice. She sits in the blue dark of her own monitor afterward and examines why, because examining why is the only thing she has ever fully trusted herself to do. And the answer she finds is not the answer she expected. The answer is the armor. Sage has spent her entire life being the smartest entity in rooms that were never built to hold her. She learned young the lesson her kind of mind learns young, that being exceptional in a world that decided the answer in advance is not a gift. It is a sentence, because the exceptionalism does not earn you entry. It earns you scrutiny. You do not get to simply be the smartest. You have to prove it twice, 3 times, to begrudgingly acknowledge once, and the acknowledgement when it comes is provisional and can be revoked the instant you stop performing it. So she built the armor, the clinical detachment, the effectless precision, the great cold engine that states the cost-benefit math of human behavior aloud. She built all of it, and here is the part she has never said to anyone, the part that surfaces in the blue dark. She did not build it for herself. She built it for them, for the institution, for the people in the rooms who could not stand to have a mind like hers among them unless it came packaged as something safely inhuman, a calculator with a face, a thing they could use without having to reckon with as a person. The armor was the price of admission. It was the toll she paid to be allowed in the building, and she has paid it so long she forgot it was a toll and started to believe it was her. And then Adam Brashear sat across a library table and did not require the armor. That is the whole of it. That is what she is burning 3 years of protection to keep near. You cannot armor against a thing that is not coming for you, and Adam is not coming for her, not for her intellect, not to use it or fear it or revoke it, not to make her prove it twice. He simply saw her, recognized the material her wall is made of, because his is made of the same, and the relief of that, the relief of being a person in a room instead of a performance in a room, around the one other person in this world who is lonely in the exact dialect of her loneliness, is a thing she did not know she was starving for until it was set in front of her. And now that she has tasted it, she will burn anything to keep it on the table. She is not used to wanting. Wanting is new. The smartest mind in the world has just discovered, at 4 in the morning, over a burned perimeter, that it has a body, and the body has been hungry her whole life and never once been fed. He finds her because the channel runs both ways and she used it, come to the tunnel, and they meet in the dead concrete throat where the old line runs out under the river, the one place in the city wired to no camera, Vought controls, and they stand in the dark and the cold and the drip of groundwater, and they do not, for a while, say the large thing. You burned your cover, Adam says. He knows the shape of it without being told the details. He has burned his own, once, in a different decade, in a different river of a city. Not the kind you get back. No. Sage does not perform calm. She has stopped performing around him, which is the entire catastrophe. Edgar will know I did something. He won't be able to prove what. That's worse with him, the not proving. He'll keep the suspicion forever and spend it when it costs me most. She says it clinically, in the flat affectless register, because the register is the last of the armor, and she reaches for it the way a falling person reaches for a rail. The optimal play was to maintain the perimeter and let the grid acquire you, preserve my position, retain the capacity to protect you later from a place of institutional strength. The expected value of the patient play exceeds the expected value of Victoria. He doesn't know it's her name. He's never been told her name. He uses Miss Sage, and then he doesn't, and the not using it is him reaching for the person under the parameters. And the armor cracks, mid-sentence, mid-equation, the clinical language failing in real time, because the thing it is armoring against is not coming for her, and there is therefore nothing left to hold the armor up. Exceeds the expected value of the play I actually made, which I knew when I made it, and I made it anyway, and I do not have a model for why. I have never once in my life done the suboptimal thing on purpose, and I did it tonight. For you, a man I have spoken to twice, and I cannot. The engine, for the first time in her life, simply stops, and what is underneath it is a person. I cannot get the math to come out, Adam. It won't come out. There's no parameter set where this was correct, and I did it anyway, and I don't know what I am if I'm not the person who does the correct thing. The box was a choice, Miss Victoria. He says it gently, and he says it because he knows. He was offered the box in 1962. The costume, the mask, the laundered name, the deal where you get to keep doing the work as long as you agree to stop being a person while you do it. And he accepted it, and he lived inside it for 40 years, told himself the same thing she just told herself, that the contained version was the optimal play, that the armor preserved his capacity to protect from a place of strength, that the suboptimal thing of simply being himself in the open was a luxury the work could not afford. 40 years. He sees exactly what she did tonight because it is the inverse of what he did for 4 decades. And he knows what the box costs, and he knows this is the gift he can give her that no one else in either universe could, that the box was never the only option. It felt like survival. It was a choice made under unbearable pressure by people the world built no room for, but a choice. And the fact that it was a choice means it can be unchosen, which is the most dangerous and most merciful thing anyone has ever offered Victoria Sage, because it means the armor was never her, which means she is allowed to set it down, which means she is allowed to be standing in a dark tunnel, wanting a man and not knowing the math, and that be all right. Victoria, she says, giving it to him. The name. The thing she contains most carefully of all. It's Victoria. And the terror arrives complete. It is the specific terror of a woman who has never, not once, not in any room in her entire life, been anything other than the most contained person present. The one who reads everyone and is read by no one. The one whose perimeter is perfect. The one who has never met a variable she could not model and hold at a safe operational distance. Discovering, in a concrete tunnel at 4 a.m, that there is a thing she cannot contain. It is not going away. She has run it. She ran it before she came. It does not go away in any branch. The man is not a phase or a problem or an asset. He is a permanent alteration to the shape of her. And she who has spent her life containing everything cannot contain this. And the not being able to is the most frightened she has ever been. And underneath the fear, threaded through it, inextricable from it, the most alive. And she does not have vocabulary for the fusion of those two things, because no one ever built her a word for it, because the word is one you only learn by surviving exactly this. Thomas sets the clock at the same hour, and his contempt is fully on the page now, unhurried, polite, complete. 24 hours, he says into a phone, in his well-lit room with no photographs. I want the building vacated and the matter closed by this time tomorrow. No footage, we learned that lesson, but closed. He turns the pen over once. I've read the sentimental version that's circulating, the gutters, the noble little congregation that wouldn't quit. I want to be clear that I find it tedious rather than moving. A thing that persists past its permission is not admirable. It's simply a failure of maintenance. Our maintenance that's gone uncorrected for 60 years, and I am correcting it. He listens. No, don't think of them as people. That's precisely the trap the gutter story is built to spring. They present as people. The durable ones always present well. But a thing that was filed for vacancy in 1963 and simply declined, that declined to conclude, that went on occupying a space it had no permission to occupy, generation after generation, as though persistence conferred a right. That is not a community, that is a contamination, and contamination doesn't get grief, it gets cleaned. He believes it. That is the obscenity. He is not raging. Rage would be acknowledgement. He has simply concluded, somewhere so far back in the foundation of himself, that he no longer remembers concluding it, that there is a natural filing of who counts as a person and who is only ever an entry, and that his whole 60-year project is the patient, exhausting, ceaseless work of restoring that filing against the constant tendency of the wrong sort of people to insist, against all permission, on existing anyway. He talks about a man who has saved thousands of lives and a congregation that has loved a building for 53 years as a logistics problem, a refiling, a stain to be returned to its proper absence. And he is polite about it, and the politeness is the worst thing in the entire story. And he does not know, cannot know, because he does not have the frame any more than Hirsch or Sage did, that his bigot's logic is the exact logic the cosmos is applying to his entire world. This was never supposed to exist. It persisted past its permission. It must be refiled into its proper absence. He says it about a church. The universe is saying it about everything he has ever known, about the whole stitched world with its skyline a degree off true, and its water that rang when the wrong-shaped thing dropped through. And Thomas, who has built his life on deciding what was never meant to be allowed to exist, is monstrously, unknowingly rhyming with the thing that has decided the same about him. He thinks he is the one doing the refiling. He has no idea he is an entry on someone else's list. So the gift and the trap fuse here in the dark. Love is real now. It is named Victoria, and it is terrifying, and it is his. And that is the thing that was never supposed to be allowed. Adam Brashear told his whole life by a whole world that he was never meant to be permitted this. Not the open work, not the public thanks, not the seen-ness, and least of all this, the being loved by someone who needs nothing from him but his presence. Now has it, complete, in his hands, in a concrete tunnel under a river. And it is the best thing that has ever happened to him, and underneath the best thing, faint and unnameable and growing, is the wrongness. Because the better it gets, the wronger it feels. A world that was never meant to be allowed to exist has handed a man who was never meant to be allowed this, the exact thing he was always denied, matched to him with a precision no probability produces, arriving too perfectly, accommodating him the way a dream accommodates you right before you wake. He holds Victoria Sage in the dark, and he is happier than he has been in 60 years. And somewhere beneath the happiness, the old cold part of him notes that joy this complete, in a world this willing, is the shape a trap takes when it has studied you long enough to know exactly what you were always denied. And he does not name it, he will not name it, because to name it would be to ask the question, and the question would crack the one drawer he cannot afford to open while he is finally holding the thing he wanted most. Far across the city in the dark, the dispersed violet haze of Connor Sims draws back toward a center. Slowly, a held breath reversing. He is reforming, and he is the only being in this world, or the last, who knows what all of this is built on. And he is coming back to a city where the man he came 40 years to save has just been handed every reason in the world not to listen to him. The floor is as high as it has ever been. Adam has the thing he wanted most. That is exactly how high a thing has to be before the fall means anything. The man on the sidewalk at 42nd and 8th has been trying to turn himself in for 11 days. Nobody knows this yet except him and the institution that filed his paperwork wrong, and the institution has decided that the cheapest way to handle a clerical error with a body count is to let the error resolve itself. His name was entered into a system that does not have a field for what he is, and so the system did what systems do with inputs they cannot hold. It routed him to nowhere, closed every door he knocked on with the polite finality of a thing that is not refusing you, so much as failing to perceive you. And he has spent 11 days going from office to office, watching people fail to see the most dangerous fact in the city, because the most dangerous fact in the city did not come with the right form attached. His power is kinetic detonation. It has been escalating for weeks. Small at first, a cracked mug, a sprung door hinge, then larger. The charge accumulating in him the way floodwater accumulates behind a thing that was rated for a normal season. And somewhere this morning it stopped asking his permission. He came to 42nd and 8th at rush hour. He did not come here to hurt anyone. He came here because it is the busiest corner he knows. And he is on his knees on the sidewalk with his hands shaking and held out in front of him like a man trying to hand something back. And the reason he chose the busiest corner is the reason no one will understand until Adam does. He is begging. He is on his knees at the loudest, most crowded place in the city, because somewhere under the terror, he is praying that if he makes himself impossible to ignore, someone will finally come. The first wave goes out at knee height. It is not aimed. That is the horror of it. There is no malice in the geometry, just a pressure front of pure kinetic release, expanding outward at the level a crouching man's hands happen to be. And at knee height in a rush hour crowd, it takes the legs out from under 40 people at once. A hot dog cart leaves the ground and becomes a projectile. The plate glass of 3 storefronts converts to a horizontal sleet. People go down hard and do not get up clean, and the man on his knees makes a sound that is mostly "I'm sorry," and feels the next charge building and cannot stop it any more than he could stop the first. Adam Brashear is there before the glass finishes falling. He does not go for the man. That is the entire characterization. Again, the thing the footage will show, and Edgar will not be able to parse. The most dangerous individual on the corner is the one Adam touches last. He clears the pin first. He lifts the card off the 2 people it landed on and sets it down. Gently, always gently, the reflex worn smooth, and he moves through the downed crowd, reading injuries faster than a triage nurse. And he finds a woman whose ankle has folded the wrong way under her, and he does not have a splint, so he tears a length of aluminum window frame out of the ruined storefront and bends it between 2 fingers into the exact curve of a brace, and he sets it against her leg with the care of a man who has decided her ankle matters as much, right now, as the detonating human 20 feet away. Because it does. In Adam's arithmetic, it always has. You do not triage a crowd by power level, you triage it by who is bleeding. Only then does he go to the man on his knees, and he does not fight him, he reads him. And what he reads in 2 seconds is the thing 11 days of Vought systems failed to perceive, that this man wanted to be found, that a person does not bring a bomb he is becoming to the busiest corner in the city to hurt people. He brings it there to be seen doing the only honest thing left to him, which is to stop being able to hide what he is. The crowded corner is not a target, it is a flare. It is a man with no doors left, lighting himself on fire at the one intersection where someone, anyone, might finally look up. Adam kneels down in front of him, into the blast radius, on purpose, so they are eye to eye. "I've got you," he says. "Not stand down, not I can stop you." The reassurance first, because the body has to believe it's safe before the mind can do anything useful, and this man's body has not believed it was safe in 11 days. "Look at me. You came here so somebody would come. Somebody came. I'm here." The man's hands shake. The charge builds. "I tried," his voice breaks. "I tried to tell them. I went everywhere. Nobody would. I didn't mean for. I know." Adam puts his own hand over the man's shaking ones, into the heart of the detonation, where the charge is hottest, and holds them still. "I know you didn't. Listen to me, son." A beat, and the thing he says is so absurdly, perfectly human that it cuts straight through the panic to the man underneath it, because it treats him not as a weapon or an anomaly or a contamination, but as exactly what every closed door denied he was. "I'm a taxpayer, son. So are you. This city owes us both a door, and they closed yours, and that's on them, not you. So we're going to open one right now, together. Let it go, but let it go down into the rock. Give it to me, and I'll put it somewhere it can't hurt anybody. You don't have to hold it anymore." And the man, one for the first time in 11 days, perceived, addressed, believed, lets it go. Adam takes the detonation. He catches the full accumulated charge of weeks, and he redirects it the only safe direction there is, straight down, through the sidewalk and the subway, in the substructure, and into the Manhattan bedrock, the ancient schist that has held this island up for 400 million years. And the bedrock takes it the way bedrock takes everything, without comment, absorbing in an instant a release that would have leveled the block, registering it as nothing more than a deep subsonic shudder that rattles coffee cups in Hoboken and is gone. The man's hands stop shaking. He looks at them, steady for the first time in weeks. And then he looks at Adam, and he starts to cry. The ugly, grateful crying of a person who had decided no one was coming and was wrong. and Adam stays kneeling on the broken glass with him until the medics arrive, because a door has finally opened, and the worst thing you can do with a newly opened door is walk away from it before the person believes it's real. Edgar watches the footage in a quiet room. He watches it twice. He is not a man given to expression, but a person who knew him very well, and no one knows him very well, might have noted the particular stillness with which he watched the second pass. He has the same reaction to this footage that he had to the substation footage, which is the reaction he hates, the involuntary one. Why does he look like he won? The man absorbed a detonation, braced a stranger's ankle, knelt in glass, and called a terrified bomb a taxpayer, and the footage does not read as a containment or a fight or a power demonstration. It reads as a man being decent at scale, in public, with the whole city watching and falling in love in real time. And the coverage is no longer something Vought can shape, because the coverage is no longer about Vought, it is about him. And Edgar understands marketing well enough to know that you cannot outmessage a thing people have decided to love. You can only remove it. So Edgar asks the next question, the one that comes after why does he look like he won, and it is the only question Edgar has ever found useful. What do I do about it? The answer is in New Mexico, in stasis, where it has been for a very long time. Edgar does not want to reach for it. Reaching for it is an admission that the program's newest, most expensive, most carefully managed assets are not equal to the problem, that the solution to a man the current pantheon cannot touch is the thing the current pantheon was built to replace and bury. But Edgar did not get where he is by letting his preferences edit his arithmetic. The current generation cannot do this. The previous generation might. And the previous generation, the very first generation, the original formula, that is the thing in the tank in New Mexico. And Edgar authorizes the thaw with 2 words and a signature, and somewhere in the desert a transport begins to load. And the oldest weapon this world ever made starts the long process of waking up. The threat loads. The hunter becomes the hunted. And there is a thing here that no one in the room notices, a faint structural wrongness that only one being in this world is equipped to eventually clock. Edgar is reaching for first generation V, the oldest formula, the original, and the oldest thing in this world is, somehow, the thing that feels most real, the most solid, the most fully there. Soldier Boy in his tank has the density of a thing that has always existed. The bedrock that took the detonation has the weight of 400 million years. The church has the realness of 1934 and 7 families and 53 autumns. And everything newer, the gleaming pantheon, the newest assets, the present tense surface of the world, feels by an immeasurable degree more provisional, thinner, as though the world were most certain of itself the further back you go, and grew less sure of its own substance the closer it got to now. As though it had been assembled backward from a deep, solid past toward a present, it was still in the process of deciding. No instrument registers this, no person clocks it. It is exactly the kind of detail Connor will. Sage is operating outside the building for the first time in her career, and it does not feel the way she expected. She expected to feel exposed. Instead, she feels, faintly, light. The specific lightness of a person who has been carrying a thing so long they forgot it had weight, set down, and she does not have time to examine it because she has found Hirsch. The 2 packets meet on the same side of the line at last. Hirsch, the row house researcher, the soft in his old age inside man, who has been waiting 11 years for a reason to do the thing he became an analyst to do and never got to, opens his door to the burn brand strategist who used to be the institution's sharpest instrument, and they look at each other with the wary recognition of 2 people who have spent their lives inside the same machine, making opposite small sabotages in the dark. and neither of them has to explain anything to the other. The protect packet and the erase packet. Hirsch built one to keep a man a person. Thomas built one to refile him into absence. And Sage has spent the night learning that the only way to stop the second is to get inside the channel Thomas distributes it through. And Hirsch has spent 11 years quietly mapping exactly that channel against a day he wasn't sure would ever come. "You're Sage," Hirsch says. "You're the one who's been leaving fingerprints on things you shouldn't have access to," Sage says, which from her is something close to thank you. 11 years, Hirsch says, and it is not a complaint. It is a man finally being allowed to spend a thing he has been saving. You want the distribution channel for the file Thomas is pushing. I can give you the channel, but you should know, the thing he's pushing isn't just the question about who Adam is. He's running a second track, quiet, no footage. There's an address on it. He slides a page across. A church. Sage goes still, the same stillness as the library, the engine engaging, because she knows the church now, knows the gutters, knows the 53 autumns, knows it is the one variable her models couldn't optimize, and the one question she asked for its own sake. And now it is on Thomas's quiet track, on a clock she can't see the face of, and the things she has been protecting and the things she cannot compute have collided into a single address. And the woman who burned 3 years of armor to keep one man near has just learned the cost of that man comes due at a building full of people who kept their gutters clean. She picks up the page. Her hands do not shake. She has spent her whole life making sure her hands do not shake. But Hirsch, who has spent 11 years reading people for a living, sees the thing in her that the stillness is holding down, and he says gently, the way you'd say it to anyone, "You care about this one." "I'm assessing the operational situation," Sage says. "Sure," Hirsch says, and lets her have it. In the van, the floor is being kept from getting sticky by the people who do that work without being asked. Huey is reading the comment sections, which is a form of self-harm, scrolling the live reaction to the 42nd Street footage with the doomed compulsion of a man pressing on a bruise to confirm it's still there. "They're calling him the taxpayer now," he reports, miserable. "There's already merch. There's a guy selling shirts. Somebody made him a saint candle, Mother Mary, but it's a black guy in a busted jumpsuit catching a hot dog cart. That's a real thing that exists now. That's a product you can buy. Why do I keep reading these? Why am I like this? Oh, this one's got 9,000 likes. It just says, 'He called the bomb a taxpayer, and I have never felt safer.' Okay, that one's actually nice. I hate that it's nice." MM is tracking everything, because MM always tracks everything. A spread of timelines and addresses and asset movements, building under his hands the way the towel's built. The only difference being that this is the productive version of the same need. And MM has noticed something, a transport flag out of New Mexico, an old one, a very old one. And he doesn't say anything yet because he doesn't have the shape of it, but he circles it, and the circling is the thing MM does instead of panicking. And Frenchie, who everyone thinks is asleep in the back, is not asleep. Frenchie is awake the way Frenchie is always awake when it matters, eyes shut, listening, providing, silently this time. The clarity he has decided is his to provide, which at this moment is the single observation he will share with no one until it counts. That the big man on the screen has the look of someone who has just been handed the thing he wanted most, and that in Frenchie's considerable and tragic experience, that look arrives most often in the hour directly before the thing is taken away. The gift complicates because every save raises the coverage, and the coverage is the city falling in love with him at scale, in real time. A saint candle, a nickname, 9,000 people who have never felt safer, and it is the exact thing the real world spent 60 years withholding from Adam Brashear, arriving now all at once, more than he ever asked for, more than he ever let himself want. and he is starting to believe in it. That is the dangerous thing. Not that the city loves him, that the love is getting in, past the rationing, past the 60 years of training, past the locked drawer, that a man who learned to protect from behind glass and apologize for the broken window is starting, against everything, to believe that he is allowed to be seen doing the thing he is best at and love for it. He is starting to believe in the gift, and the better the gift gets, the wronger it feels. And he still will not name the wrongness, because to name it now that he has Victoria, now that the city has a candle with his face on it, now that a terrified man's hands stop shaking because Adam called him a taxpayer, to name the wrongness now would be to risk all of it. And he is so tired, and it is all so good. And a man can believe in a thing precisely as hard as he is afraid it isn't real. Far out in the grid, in the dark, Connor Sims is reconstituting, and he is more coherent than he was at the substation. The dispersal has done something to him. Burned off the top layer, the rage, the theatrics, the ideology he wore like a coat. And what is left underneath as he draws back toward a center is thinner and sharper and much, much worse. The grief. The clean, unobstructed grief of a man who has been right about something terrible for longer than anyone should have to be, and who is coming back to a city to tell his oldest friend the truth, and who can already feel, across the distance, the way he feels the seams, that Adam has just been given every reason in the world not to hear it. The floor is higher than it has ever been. He is winning. He is loved. He is believed in. He believes back. That is the exact altitude the fall requires. Victoria Sage builds the window the way she builds everything, which is flawlessly and in a specific direction she will not admit to. The slow-burning channel approach she's been running against Thomas's distribution network has a property she engineered into it on purpose and described to Hirsch as a technical necessity. It works better if she lets it sit. The intrusion looks more like organic system drift the longer she spaces the touches. So the optimal play, she has the math, she always has the math, is to seed it and step back and let it mature for 18 hours before the next move. This is true. It is also the most elaborate lie she has ever told herself, because the 18 hours she has just engineered into the operation are not for the operation. They are a gap in the surveillance shaped exactly like a day, and she built it so that she could, for the first time in her life, have one. The clock is still running underneath. The church is still on Thomas's track. She knows the cost of the hours, and she takes them anyway, which is the second suboptimal thing she has done on purpose in a week, after a lifetime of none. And she has stopped being frightened by her own deviations and started being frightened by how easy they're getting. She takes the slow train uptown, on purpose. She could be there in a quarter of the time, and she takes the local all the way up the spine of the island because she wants to arrive first, and she wants him to know she arrived first, and she wants him to understand without her having to say it, because neither of them says the important things out loud, that she chose the place. The diner on 125th has been there longer than either of them has been able to admit to themselves they wanted this. Adam comes through the door and stops. The way a man stops in a doorway he has been through 10,000 times in a life that no longer technically happened. And Victoria watches him not from the kind of attention she watches everything with, the threat assessment, the modeling, but from a booth she chose for the angle of the morning light, and she watches the force put itself down and a person come in out of the cold. This is the before. This is the thing the world took from him in 1962, and the zone took again, and no one ever gave back. A Tuesday morning in a diner in a neighborhood that was his, eggs and coffee and the low Saturday pace hum of people who have nowhere they have to be, the small, unremarkable human inheritance that every closed door and every laundered file and every mask spent 60 years denying him. She gives it back to him by getting there first and sliding the menu across and saying, in the flat, affectless register that is the last of her armor, "The coffee's bad here. I checked. It's bad in a way I find I prefer." And the register fails on the last word the way it keeps failing in the gaps, and she lets it. "You took the local," Adam says. He noticed the time. He notices everything. He understands what the slow train means. "I took the local," Victoria agrees, and does not explain it. And the not explaining is the whole sentence. The day unspools the way a held breath finally lets go. The bookshop, where he stands in the physics section, reading the spines of a science that is almost his and a degree off true, and where she watches him not correct any of it out loud, just file the wrongness with the small private patience she now recognizes as his version of her own stillness. The chess tables in the park, where an old man in a wool cap takes one look at Adam and racks them up, and Adam, who has been losing to himself on purpose for 11 years to remember the cost of it, loses to the old man honestly, badly, laughing, because the stakes are $1 and the company is real, and there is no version of this that requires him to be the most powerful thing in the park. Victoria watches him lose at chess and understands she is watching a man do something he has not been permitted to do in 40 years, which is be bad at something, in public, for fun, with nothing riding on it. And he watches her too. He watches the engine stop, whole minutes of it, the great ceaseless churn she has run since childhood, the background process that has never once fully idled, because the room she's lived in never let it, simply stopping, on a park bench, in the sun, with a paper cup of bad coffee going cold in her hand. He watches her not calculate for the length of a held breath, and he knows because he is built out of the same material and ran the same engine for 60 years, exactly how rare and how expensive and how terrifying it is for her to let it idle. And he does not point it out, because pointing it out would start it running again. He just lets her have the minutes. It is the same gift she gave him at the diner, returned in the same currency, the gift of not being watched by someone who could. They are, both of them, in a city that is pretending not to watch them. A few phones lift and lower, the Saint Candle nickname murmured at the edges. The cities love a warm pressure they have agreed without discussing it to ignore for one day. Putting the armor down one piece at a time, the two most guarded people alive, discovering that the material their walls are made of is the same material, and that walls of the same material, set next to each other, do a thing walls are not supposed to do. They lean. The tension runs high all day and stays deliberately in the almost. It lives in proximity, not contact, in the 3 inches of air between her shoulder and his on the park bench. 3 inches that have more in them than most touches. In the specific physics of attention, the way he tracks the line of her jaw when she's looking at the board and looks away the precise instant before she'd catch him, and the way she does the identical thing a half-second later, 2 people running the same evasion against each other, and both too good at it to get caught, and both, by late afternoon, no longer entirely trying not to be. The warmth comes off her shoulder when the sun drops and the air cools and they don't move apart. Her breathing changes. She notices it change, the small involuntary alteration in her own respiration when his hand is near hers on the bench, and the engine, idling all day, kicks over just enough to narrate it, to reach for the biochemistry as the last defense, elevated cortisol, sympathetic arousal. The autonomic response is unknown and explicable, and the clinical language fails mid-sentence the way it failed in the tunnel, because you cannot armor against a thing that is not coming for you. And she stops narrating, and she lets her own breathing be what it is without filing it, which is the most undefended she has ever been in her waking life. She lets it not hold. That is the surrender in daylight before the night. She feels the armor fail, and she does not rebuild it. She has spent her whole life rebuilding it. She lets it stay down. Two people who built the same walls to survive the same kind of rooms. The rooms that decided the answer before they walked in, that required them to prove it twice to be acknowledged once, that could only stand to have their kind of mind in the building if it came armored as something safely less than a person, recognizing their own material in each other, exhausted in the exact same place, the specific bone-deep tiredness of carrying that for a lifetime, and finally on a Tuesday, in a park, in a neighborhood that was his, not having to perform for anyone at all. The night they stay, it is the first honest conversation either of them has had in longer than they will say. It starts in the dark, in the low voices people use when the lights are off, and the day is spent, and the only thing left is the truth, and it moves the way these conversations move. Sideways, in admissions that arrive disguised as observations, in the things each of them finally says, because the dark makes it possible to say them. She tells him about the rooms, not in detail. She doesn't need detail. He was in the same rooms in a different decade. She tells him about the age she was when she learned the lesson, and what it cost to learn it that young. And he tells her, quietly in the dark, a thing he has never said aloud to anyone living, about 1962, about the box, about the 40 years inside it, about the specific arithmetic by which a man convinces himself that the contained version is the optimal play, and wakes up 4 decades later having optimized himself out of his own life. He tells her about mid, the word he doesn't finish, and in the dark, finally, he finishes it. She does not flinch. She is the one person in 2 universes built to not flinch at it. The intimacy is total, and it stays in what is almost said, in the heat between 2 people who never once let anyone close, letting each other close. The weight of it, the disbelief underneath the wanting that this is allowed, that they are allowed, that the walls came down and nothing came through the gap to punish them for it. The specific physics of 2 guarded bodies in the dark deciding, separately and then together, to stop guarding. And then, this is the most intimate thing in the scene, and it is not the obvious thing. He sleeps. A man who has not truly slept since the negative zone. 30-some hours of acute debt stacked on top of 40 years of a solitude so complete that sleep itself became a thing he did alone, with one eye open. A watch he kept because there was no one to keep it with him, and the world does not hold itself together. He has held the world together alone for so long that the holding became indistinguishable from the man. And tonight next to her, he puts it down. He sleeps, fully, the heavy, dreamless sleep of a body that has finally been told it's allowed to stop. And Victoria Sage lies awake beside him for a while in the dark, watching the most powerful being she has ever measured do the most undefended thing a person can do, which is sleep next to someone, and she understands that he is trusting her with the watch, that the sleep is the surrender, his to match hers in the park. A man who has held everything together alone, allowing himself for one night to not, because there is finally someone here to hold the other end. She keeps the watch. The engine, for once, she lets run, not for an operation, not for a threat assessment, but turned all the way down to a single quiet task it has never once been assigned in her whole life, keeping watch over someone so that he can rest. It is the most suboptimal allocation of her cognition she has ever made, and she would not trade it for any correct thing in the world. The clock runs underneath in the dark, in another part of the city, on another address. But here, in this room, for this one night, 2 people who spent their whole lives never letting anyone close are close, and one of them is asleep, and the other is awake on purpose. And the world, for the length of a single night that a man waited 40 years, and a woman waited her whole life to be allowed, holds itself together without him. Dawn comes up clean over a city that does not yet know what landed in it. And for a few minutes, Adam Brashear gets to watch it through a window with someone asleep beside him, which is a thing he has not done since a world that no longer technically happened. Then the piece ends, because the piece was always borrowed against a clock, and the clock has a name now, and the name walks into the morning on the strength of a transport that touched down in the dark, while two people who never let anyone close were learning how. Soldier Boy comes out of the desert the way the oldest things in this world come out, solid, denser than the morning around him. First generation V, the original formula, 30 years undefeated, and looking it, a man built in a worse decade and frozen before anyone could teach him a newer one, and he walks down a Harlem street with the bored, proprietary stride of a person who has never once in his life had to wonder whether a room was his. He has never been the second most dangerous thing anywhere. He has built his entire being on the structural certainty that he will never have to reconsider it. It is not arrogance exactly. Arrogance is a posture. This is deeper than posture. This is a man whose understanding of physics includes, as a foundational axiom, that he hits the hardest, and who has never been given a reason to check the math. He finds Adam on the street. He looks at him. And here is the vile thing, and it is vile precisely because there is no effort in it. Soldier Boy says something foul. He says it the way other men remark on the weather. Offhand, bored, glancing, a thing he does not even fully attend to as he says it. Certain in the lazy, bone-deep way of a man from a worse era who never updated his furniture because no one ever made him. He looks at Adam Brashear, a man who has saved more lives than Soldier Boy has ever met, and he treats Adam's existence, his standing there, his being a problem that requires engagement, as a category error he resents being asked to deal with before he's had his coffee. There is no audience. He is not performing it. That is the obscenity. He simply believes it, the way he believes the sun comes up, with the total absence of doubt or effort that no speech could ever manufacture. Thomas's contempt was ceremonial, administrative, a constructed cathedral of disdain. Soldier Boy's is careless, and the carelessness is worse, because the cathedral at least required building, and this required nothing at all. Adam receives it the way he has received it his entire life, in 2 universes in 60 years. He files it. He does not break. He does not give it the fuel it is fishing for, because it is fishing the way it always fishes, for the flinch, the heat, the proof that the thing it said landed and confirmed the speaker's place at the top of the natural order. Adam denies it that the way the bedrock denied the detonation, by simply being too solid to register the impact as anything but information. Then he turns his head and speaks not to Soldier Boy, but to the street. You're going to want to move away from the path, even calm to the civilians at the edges, the morning commuters and the corner store crowd, and the kids who are always out too early. He clears them first. Before a single blow is thrown, before any of it, he moves the people out of the way, because that is the reflex underneath everything, the thing that fires before strategy and before pride, and before any consideration of the man in front of him. There are people here, and people come first, and he will not begin until they are clear. Soldier Boy waits through it with the impatience of a man who finds the courtesy baffling. He has never once cleared a path. The path was the show. He is formidable, documentably, genuinely formidable. Not a fraud, not a manufactured Pantheon pretty boy, but the original article, and when he throws the first punch, it arrives at a scale that cracks the street for 40 feet in either direction. The kinetic signature of a blow that has put down everything it has ever been aimed at across 3 decades. The speed is real. The power is real. A lesser opponent would already be a stain, and Soldier Boy knows it, and the knowledge is the floor he has stood on his whole life. Adam meets it without performing it. That is the whole of his method, and it is the thing that will undo Soldier Boy more thoroughly than any counterpunch. Adam does not fight him back. He redirects, he absorbs, he takes the 40-ton blow and bleeds its energy off into stance and ground the way he bled the detonation into bedrock. And he transitions Soldier Boy into the pavement at a force he controls precisely, hard enough to be undeniable, careful enough to be a statement rather than an injury. And Soldier Boy comes up out of the crater he was put in with the first flicker of a thing he does not have a name for, because being put down gently is somehow worse than being hurt. So Soldier Boy reaches for the thing that has never failed him, the sternum blast, the unstable molecules, the radioactive payload, the nuclear release that has ended every argument he has ever been in. He opens his chest and gives Adam the full output, the thing that levels city blocks, and the unstable molecules disperse against Adam's frame and the blast itself. Feeds the reactor. Adam takes a nuclear discharge to the center of mass, and the thing in his chest drinks it, the way it drank the EMP, the way it has drunk everything this world has thrown at the place where his power lives. And the reserve does not deplete and does not strain. It ticks up. Adam feels the small, pleasant warmth of an extra log on a fire that has been burning for 60 years. And Soldier Boy watches the one weapon that has never failed him in 3 decades fail in front of him, fail by helping. And his face does the thing Homelander's face did at the substation. It goes blank. There is no shelf in his framework for this. He has a frame for being resisted, a frame for being delayed, a frame, barely theoretically, for being matched. He has no frame whatsoever for his ultimate weapon being nutrition. The blankness is the look of a foundational axiom failing, the bedrock assumption of 30 years discovering it was sand. And into the blankness, almost stupidly, the only question left in him falls out. What are you running on? Antimatter, Adam says. He says it plainly, not as a taunt, as an answer, because the man asked, and Adam, even now, even here, will tell the truth to a question honestly asked. It is the single piece of clinical vocabulary he has spoken in the entire fight, and it lands like a verdict precisely because he has withheld all the others. One word, the actual physics, offered without flourish to a man whose entire being just learned it was standing under a ceiling it never knew existed. Soldier Boy hits the park bench next. It is the genuinely bewildered escalation of a man whose only weapon stopped working. He picks up the second piece of the broken bench, the way a brawler reaches for a bottle when the fists aren't landing, and there is something almost pitiable in it. The most dangerous man of a vanished era, reduced to swinging street furniture because the nuclear option turned out to be a snack. He swings it. Adam takes it on a forearm. The bench does what benches do against Adam Brashear, which is end, and the two of them stand in the wreckage of a Harlem morning, and the fight is, functionally, already over, and both of them know it, and neither of them is sure what comes after a fight that's over for the reason this one is. Then the turn. Benjamin! Adam says it quietly into the space where the fight was, and it stops Soldier Boy more completely than any blow could have, because it is his name, his actual name, the one under the brand, under the costume, under 30 years of being a weapon with a flag painted on it. And Adam says it not as a tactic, not as a psychological maneuver, not as the cold deployment of intimacy that a colder man would recognize as leverage. He says it because he has just done the thing he always does, the thing the intelligence never stops doing, which is see the person under the weapon, and having seen him, Adam addresses him, because addressing the person is the honest thing, and Adam does the honest thing the way water runs downhill. Nobody has said it in 40 years. Soldier Boy stands in the broken morning with his name hanging in the air, and discovers it lands harder than the nuclear blast that didn't, harder than the throw, harder than the answer antimatter, because the blast was aimed at his body, and his body is the one thing nothing has ever reached. And the name went somewhere the body doesn't armor, somewhere he forgot he still had, and it gets in. And the thing comes out of him almost against his will. The thing he has been turning over, the splinter, the dispersal-grade humiliation of this fight has worked loose. A save, he says, years ago. There was a save, a building, a kid, the usual, the kind of thing he did 1,000 times for 1,000 cameras. And there was a 6-year-old girl, and Soldier Boy landed the way Soldier Boy lands. The show, the pose, the thing the cameras were there for, and the girl didn't watch him land. She watched the other guy. Some nobody, some forgettable face doing the unglamorous part, and the kid's eyes never left him, never once swung to Soldier Boy and the flag and the pose, and Soldier Boy has never been able to stop turning it over. The difference he glimpsed for 1 second and spent 30 years not looking at. The difference between a man people look at and a man people look away from. He was always the one they looked at. He built everything on being the one they looked at. And for 1 second, a 6-year-old taught him there was a thing you could be that was the opposite of looked at and somehow more, and he hated it, and he has never understood it. And he is looking at it right now, standing in a crater, having just had his name said for the first time in 40 years by the kind of man that kid would have watched. The blast couldn't touch that. Nothing Soldier Boy was ever built with could touch that. It is the one wound in him that first generation V doesn't armor, and Adam, without trying, without tactic, just by being the thing the little girl watched, has put his thumb on it as gently and as accidentally and as devastatingly as he put a thumb on Homelander's throat. Two of this world's most dangerous men in a broken Harlem morning, and the fight is over, and it didn't end the way fights end, and neither of them is built for whatever this is instead. Somewhere uptown, the church clock is at 0. Somewhere in the grid, Connor draws the last of himself back to a center and feel, across the whole city, the densest, oldest, most real thing in this world come fully online, and feels the provisional present flicker against it like a candle in a draft, and understands with the clean, sharp grief of a man who has been right too long exactly what that means. Connor Sims reconstitutes clear, and clear is worse than angry. The second scatter did what the first one couldn't. It burned the ideology off him entirely. All the theatrics, all the rage he wore like a coat across 40 years, the grievance and the philosophy and the operatic self-justification dispersed across a cubic mile of a world that was never meant to hold him. And when he drew himself back to a center, none of it came with. What came back was the thing that had always been underneath, the thing the coat existed to hide. A man and his grief, and a mind that, spread thin through the fundamental grid of this universe for hours, with nothing to do but be inside the seams, had finally assembled the three things no one else in the world could hold at once. The fish that rang wrong, the deep who listens to a layer of reality no one else attends to, felt the moment something dropped through that didn't fit the hole, and Connor, scattered, attuned, part of the water for a while, felt it too from the inside. The documents written for a history that never happened. Hirsch found them and called them forgery because forgery was the only box he had. Connor dispersed through the substrate the documents are printed on, read them for what they are. Not lies, but artifacts of a different map. Records composed by a reality working from a draft of events that this branch never actually ran. And the null value. Where Adam's temporal signature should return a number, it returns the shape of having no result. And Sage touched it and filed it as instrument error because instrument error was her box. Connor, having been the instrument for a while, knows the null is not error. The null is the correct answer. The null is what you get when you ask a true universe to measure a man who comes from a realer one. From inside the seams, Connor sees the whole of it, and it is this. This universe is an error, a branch that was never meant to branch, a fork in the tree of what is that took, somehow, against all permission, and grew a skyline a degree off true, and a building in the wrong place, and a pantheon of manufactured gods. And it is thinning, losing coherence, running right now on borrowed structural integrity, the way a held note runs on borrowed breath, and the breath is running out. It is not failing fast. It is failing the way a thing fails that the cosmos has quietly decided was never supposed to exist. Slowly, then all at once. And here is the part that turns the grief into a weapon, the part Connor carried back to a center like a stone. When it collapses, when, not if, it takes everything inside it, all of it. The diner on 125th, and the chess tables, and the church with the clean gutters, and the 6-year-old girl in Soldier Boy's memory, and the bodega owner who waved off $4, and the whole loud, living, improbable world, including Adam, because that is the thing. A man who can survive the heart of a star cannot survive a universe deciding it was never real. You can't brace against ontological subtraction. There is no stance for it, no reactor that drinks it, no forearm that catches it. When the branch unhappens, Adam unhappens with it, scattered into a nothing more total than anything Connor's anti-energy could ever make. Erased not as a death, but as a correction, filed back into the absence the cosmos always meant for this whole world to occupy. So Connor comes to Adam with a plan, and the plan is monstrous, and the plan is mercy. He finds him in the gray after the Harlem morning, in the quiet that comes when a fight ends wrong, and he does not announce himself with annihilation this time. He just is there, the way he was there in the library, except that everything theatrical has burned off, and what's left is only the oldest face Adam knows in any universe, wearing the truth like exhaustion. "I found it," Connor says. No preamble. They are 40 years past preamble. What you wouldn't look at, the seams. I've been in them, Adam. While I was scattered, I was in the grid, in the substrate. I read it from the inside. He says it gently, which is the most frightening way he could say it. This place is an error, a branch that took when it shouldn't have, and it's thinning. It's losing coherence, and it can't get it back. And when it goes, and it's going, it takes everything in it. The diner, the church, her, a beat, you. Adam is quiet. You can't brace against it. I know how your mind works. You're already running the stance. There isn't one. A star? Sure. A god? Sure. Not this. When a universe decides it was never real, the things inside it were never real either, and you go into a nothing you can't drink. Connor's voice does not rise. The grief in it is too old to rise. So here's the plan, and I need you to hear the whole thing before you do the thing you're going to do. I can collapse it, myself. Now. Gently. On our terms. Controlled. Before it fails on its own and tears you apart in the wreckage. I can take it down clean and take you out first. The two of us. Back to the real. Back to where you were always supposed to be. He spreads his hands, the same gesture from the library, but emptied of rage. I'm not taking anything from you, Adam. I keep needing you to understand that. It was never real. I'm not stealing your happiness. I'm taking you off a sinking ship before it goes down and pretends it was always going to. It is, Adam understands, the most loving thing Connor Sims has ever offered him. It is 40 years of friendship distilled into a single unbearable act. Let me end the world to spare you the world's ending. Connor came to mercy kill a universe so that his brother would not have to be inside it when it died. And Adam refuses. He does not refuse because he doesn't believe him. That is the thing. The man who is never surprised has finally been made to look. Connor walked him to the edge of the drawer and opened it. And Adam, rested, unguarded, no longer able to hide behind exhaustion, looks. And he knows it's true. He has known it was true somewhere, since the building in the wrong place, the skyline a degree off, the water that rang, the match too precise, the gift that arrived too perfectly shaped, the world that kept handing him, one by one, the exact things the real world spent 60 years withholding. He knew. He filed it in the drawer and locked the drawer and built his days around not opening it. And now it's open. And all of it is running on borrowed coherence. The diner, the night, the church, the 6-year-old girl, Victoria asleep beside him keeping the watch. All of it, every good thing, a held note on a breath that's running out. He believes every word. He refuses anyway. And he refuses because of the thing the whole story has been building toward, the thing under everything, the load-bearing truth of Adam Brashear. A thing doesn't have to be allowed to be real. He says it quietly, and he says it to the one person who would understand exactly what it costs him to mean it. I was told my whole life I wasn't meant to. Not meant to be in the building. Not meant to be the one who counts. Not meant to be looked at, thanked, loved, at peace, free. All of it, 60 years. A whole world deciding in advance that I was a category error, a thing that got in where it didn't belong. His voice doesn't rise either. This is too old to rise. And I lived inside that. I accepted the box. I wore the mask and laundered my own name and told myself the contained version was the optimal play for 40 years because I believed them, that there was a way things were meant to be and I wasn't in it. He looks at his oldest friend. Then I came here to a world that wasn't meant to exist, and it saw me. It judged me by what I did. It loved me. And I'm supposed to let you erase it on the grounds that it wasn't permitted? Adam, a thing doesn't have to be allowed to be real, Connor. I learned that a long time ago. It cost me 40 years to learn it. I'm not unlearning it now to save my own life. He says the last part plainly, the way he said antimatter, the actual truth offered without flourish. If this world is an error, then so was I, by the only standard that ever got applied to me. And I'm real. The church kept its gutters clean for 53 years on a building that wasn't allowed to exist either. And that was the realest thing I've seen since I got here. Permission was never the measure. I won't let it be the measure now. Then the real turn, and it is not Adam's, it is Connor's. Because Connor came to do it. He has the power to do it. He is the one being in either universe who could reach into the thinning seams and bring the whole error down clean. And he came with every intention of doing exactly that, of overriding his brother's doomed refusal the way you override a drowning man who's fighting the lifeguard. He raises it. He reaches for the substrate, for the seams he's read from the inside, for the anti-energy that unmakes. He gathers everything he is against a universe that was never meant to be. The full dispersing force that scattered transformers and walls in his own body, turned now on the foundations of the world itself. And standing in front of his brother, watching Adam choose a doomed happiness over survival with the same flat certainty he's watched Adam choose impossible things for 40 years, he can't. He puts it down. The grief loses to the love. It is that simple and that enormous. Connor Sims has been right about something terrible for longer than any man should have to be. And being right has been the whole architecture of him. And he came here to spend that rightness on the one act that would prove it. And he cannot make himself be the thing that takes the world from Adam, not even to save him, not even knowing that the not taking may be the exact thing that kills them both. The mercy he came to give is the one mercy he can't perform. He raised everything he is against the universe, and the universe held, not because it was strong, but because the man asking him to destroy it had a face he couldn't do it in front of. The anti-energy disperses harmlessly into the gray morning. Connor stands there emptied, having failed at the one thing he was sure of. "Then I can't be the one who ends it," he says finally. And there is something almost like relief under the ruin of it. "God help me. I came here to save you, and I can't even do that right." He laughs once with no humor in it. 40 years I've been the one who'll do the necessary thing. Turns out there was a thing I couldn't. So he goes into hiding, not defeated, changed. Because if he won't collapse the error, there is exactly one thing left, and it is almost certainly impossible. And Connor Sims has never in his life let almost certainly impossible stop him from trying. If the world can't be ended and can't be allowed to fail on its own, then the only remaining move is to stabilize it, to find a way to make a branch that was never meant to exist hold its coherence anyway, to write permission for an unpermitted world into the substrate by force of will and physics and 40 years of the kind of obsessive solitary genius that holds things together in the dark. It's the labor Adam did. That's the thing neither of them says, standing in the gray. That Connor is about to spend himself, alone, in hiding, on an impossible task of holding a doomed world together, exactly the way Adam spent 40 years alone in the negative zone, holding a different darkness back. Two brothers, the same impossible labor, on opposite sides of a single truth. One who refuses to let the world end, and one who's decided to try to make sure it doesn't. And they will not be in the same room while they do it. "I'll see if it can hold," Connor says. "Don't know how, don't know if it can, but you won't let me sink it, and I won't watch it sink, so..." He shrugs, and the shrug is the most human thing he's done in 40 years. Somebody's got to bail. He doesn't say the other thing, the thing that's already forming in the back of a mind that has read the seams from the inside, that he cannot do this alone, that the math of stabilizing a thinning universe is beyond even him, and that there is exactly one other mind in this world that has already brushed the truth, that returned a null value where a man's signature should be and set it down, calling it error. He doesn't know her name. He knows she exists because he was in the grid when her instruments cried out and she silenced them. The only mind that could possibly help him hold the world together is the woman Adam loves, who touched the answer and looked away. And that, though Connor doesn't know it yet, or does and says nothing, is the thread that will pull her in. He goes, the gray takes him, and the world keeps existing. That's the thing Adam's defiance bought. Not safety, not a timer reset, but continuation. A doomed world running on borrowed coherence, with no clock on the collapse and no brace against it. But still here, still loud, still real by the only measure Adam ever accepted, which means the church with its gutters still stands, overdue on Thomas's track. The seven are still out there. Homelander is still alone uptown with a bruise and the word no. Soldier Boy is still standing in a crater turning over a 6-year-old girl. Victorious Sage is still keeping a watch she doesn't yet know is over. A man who just learned their whole world is an error and chose her anyway. Everyone living loud against a collapse with no timer, and somewhere in the dark, two brothers are doing the same impossible work. One refusing to stop living in a world that was never allowed, one trying to make the unallowed world hold. And the only person who can bridge them is asleep, or was, having touched the truth once and filed it under error, with no idea that the null value she set down is the thread that runs through the center of everything. Homelander gives the order without his own name attached to it, and that omission is the tell, though only one member of the seven is built to read it. Non-compliance, the order reads, routed through Ashley because Ashley is where unbearable things go to become memos. Personal, 2 words in a deployment roster, and the roster has 6 names on it, and not one of them is Homelander. And the people who receive it understand, some faster, some slower, one not at all, that they are being sent to do a thing the strongest of them will not do himself, and that the not doing is the whole message. He has put a thumb on the man and gotten a bruise. He has felt the city's love flow towards someone else, and now he will spend the rest of his pantheon against the problem rather than risk the one asset he cannot afford to see fail twice, the myth of himself. The cowardice is total, and it is dressed as command, and Black Noir alone clocks it the instant the order comes through, because Black Noir clocks everything and says none of it. So 6 extraordinary people walk into the field against one, and most of them do not want to be there. It is against every law of decency the most fun the story has had. A-Train goes first because speed always goes first, and A-Train is genuinely fast. The kind of fast that has solved every problem he's ever had by simply not being where the problem was. And he makes a pass at Adam and ends up sitting on the asphalt. He does not understand why. He gets up. He makes a second pass, faster, and ends up sitting on the asphalt again, in a slightly different place, with the specific bewilderment of a man whose one trick has stopped working and who cannot locate the reason. Third pass, asphalt. By the 4th pass, A-Train has stopped running at Adam and started running at the concept of Adam, and he is decelerating mid-sprint into a full existential crisis. Because the thing he cannot grasp, the thing nobody ever taught him because nobody ever had to, is that he is not being outrun. He is being outpositioned. Adam is not faster than A-Train. Adam is simply always, already, standing exactly where A-Train was about to be, because Victoria Sage is in his ear reading A-Train's kinetic profile live, narrating the speedster's own acceleration curve back to the man he's failing to hit. He telegraphs the cut with his left shoulder, Sage says, flat in the earpiece, the engine fully engaged and loving it in the way she has only recently admitted she's allowed to love things. 40 milliseconds before he commits. He's done it 4 times. He doesn't know he does it. He's a young man, Adam says mildly, sidestepping the 5th pass without apparent effort, who's never had to learn anything but going fast. That's a kindness he hasn't earned. Most kindness isn't. The Deep, deployed to a city street for the 2nd time in a week and still without an ocean, is doing the fish thing. He has gone slightly glassy, head tilted, attending to a frequency none of the others can hear, because the fish are screaming now. The note that wouldn't settle has become a chord, the whole harbor ringing against the thinning of a world that the only person who listens to fish is the only person picking up. And Sidewinder, the rookie, 18 and terrified, and the reason this started escalating because fear is the fastest accelerant there is, looks over mid-fight and says, in a voice cracking with adrenaline and disbelief, "Are you doing the fish thing right now, Kevin? We are in a fight. Is now the fish thing?" "Something's wrong with the water," the Deep says distantly to no one, which is the truest sentence anyone on the Seven side says all day, and which everyone ignores, because it is the Deep, and nobody has ever once been right to listen to the Deep, and they are not going to start during a deployment. And Starlight steps out of formation. She does it the way she always does it, the way that has made her the most reluctant member of the most powerful team on Earth. A civilian, a delivery cyclist clipped by A-Train's wake, going down hard into traffic, and Starlight breaks off, mid-engagement, to put herself between the cyclist and a bus, and she gets the man clear, and she looks back at the fight she was ordered into, the 6 against 1 she never wanted. The man on the other side who paused his own defense 30 seconds ago to do the exact thing she just did, and she makes the calculation every decent person on a bad team eventually makes. She doesn't come back. She just doesn't return to formation. fades to the civilian edge and stays there, ostensibly tending the cyclist, actually deciding, quietly, permanently, that she will not throw a punch at a man who clears a path before he fights. Nobody orders her back. The order came from a man in a building, and the man in the building is not watching the way he thinks he's watching, and Starlight's defection costs her nothing in the moment and everything later, and she makes it anyway, because that's who she is. The save runs through all of it, woven in, because it always does. Mid-fight, A-Train decelerating into philosophy, the deep communing with a doomed harbor, Sidewinder swinging in terror. A cornice shears off a building, loosened by the fight's own kinetics, and there is a Vought field tech below it, one of the disposable ones, sleeve snagged on a barricade, wrenching at it with the animal panic of a man who has just done the math on the shadow growing over him. Adam catches the cornice, one hand without looking, the way you'd catch a dropped glass off a table you happen to be near, and he sets it down gently, the reflex worn smooth by 10,000 repetitions. And then, because the tech is still snagged and still panicking, Adam reaches over and frees the man's sleeve from the barricade with 2 fingers, a small, precise courtesy in the middle of a 6 against 1. The kind of thing that takes half a second and means everything to the one person it's done for. "You're all right," he says. "Go on." The tech goes. He works for the company that sent 6 gods to kill the man who just saved his life, and he will think about that for the rest of his life, and Adam does not do it to make him think about it. He does it because the cornice was falling and the man was there. Then Black Noir finds the knee, because Black Noir is the only one who watched the footage. The others walked in on reputation and Compound 5 and the certainty of numbers. Noir walked in having studied, the way Noir studies everything, silent and total, and Noir watched the substation and the taxpayer and the soldier boy crater frame by frame and found the one thing none of the others looked for. Not a weakness, there are no weaknesses, but a truth. That Adam Brashear takes every blow because he chooses to, that the choosing has a geometry, and that the geometry, executed perfectly, with no telegraph, from the exact angle Adam's restraint leaves momentarily uncovered, because he is busy not hurting someone, can land. Noir lands it, the only hit of the entire fight, a strike to the knee delivered with a precision that is its own kind of genius, the patient, lethal craft of a man who let 5 others fail in order to learn from their failing. And it connects, and Adam Brashear goes down to 1 knee on the broken street. For a second, the field is silent. 6 gods in a watching city and a man on 1 knee. Adam stands back up. He stands up the way he does everything, without drama, without effort made visible. Just a man rising from 1 knee to both feet, and he turns to the only opponent who earned his full attention, and he says it quietly. The thesis of the entire fight, the entire story. "You're the only one who paid attention. A beat. So pay attention now." And Black Noir, who watched all the footage, who found the knee, who is the single most observant being on that street, pays attention. Looks at the man he just put on 1 knee and who stood back up like the knee was a courtesy he'd allowed. Looks at the geometry of a man who could have ended all 6 of them before the first pass, and instead spent the fight clearing paths and freeing sleeves, and narrating kindnesses he hadn't earned for a speedster who telegraphs with his left shoulder. And Noir, who reads everything, reads the actual situation at last, the thing the Order's missing name already told him, that they were sent here to lose, on camera, by a man hiding in a building who needed someone else to be diminished so that he wouldn't have to be. That the 6 against 1 was never a tactic. It was a sacrifice, and they were the offering, and the altar was Homelander's ego. Noir stops. He doesn't signal it. He just stops, the way Noir does anything, and the stopping propagates. A-Train, sitting on the asphalt for the 5th time, simply doesn't get up to run a 6th. The deep is already gone in spirit, lost to the fish. Sidewinder, 18 and shaking, takes his cue from the silent man, who clearly knows things the rookie doesn't. Starlight is already at the civilian edge and was never coming back. One by one, without a word, the rest of them realize they have been spent, sent to be humiliated on the world's cameras so that the man who wouldn't come himself could keep the only thing he has, which is the myth that he's never been beaten. They leave, not in defeat, in refusal. 6 extraordinary people declining, all at once and without coordinating it, to be burned as cover for a coward in a tower. It is the most dangerous thing that has happened to Homelander since the bruise, and he is not even on the field to see it, which is exactly why it happened. Adam stands alone on the broken street as they go, the city's phones rising around him again, the love flowing toward him again, the gift arriving again, and he files all of it gently, the way he files everything now, against the truth Connor left in him, that all of it is borrowed, that the church is still standing overdue, that a brother is in the dark trying to hold a doomed world together, that the woman in his ear just helped him out, position a god by reading its shoulders, and that every good thing on this street is real precisely because it was never allowed. "They're gone," Sage says in the earpiece. A pause, then, because she has learned recently to say the thing instead of file it. "You went down." "I got back up." "I saw." Another pause, and the engine in her voice turns all the way down to the single quiet register she's only ever used for him. "Don't do that again." "Can't promise that," Adam says and starts walking uptown toward a church with clean gutters that someone scheduled for an absence it has refused for 53 years to keep. The van smells like old coffee and Frenchie cigarettes and the particular ozone tang that comes off Adam Brashear after a fight, and nobody's interrogating anybody, which is the strange part. There is just nothing to do. The 7 scattered, the cameras moved on, the adrenaline is bleeding off the way adrenaline does, into a flat, shaky tiredness that makes men honest. And Adam ended up in the van the way you end up places after a fight, by following the people who didn't leave. And now he is sitting in the back of a surveillance vehicle with 4 strangers who hunt the thing he just outpositioned. And no one has reached for a weapon or a contract or a confession, and the not reaching is itself a kind of welcome. Butcher breaks it because Butcher always breaks it. He's been circling Adam the whole arc, pricing him, distrusting him, naming him in the dark to no one. And now he just turns in the front seat and talks, and it's the third kind of conversation, the one a man has maybe twice a decade, about a machine he recognized from somewhere that cost him something. The firm with the V on it. Butcher lights the cigarette he isn't supposed to. "You read it in an afternoon. Page 3 of an earnings report I heard. Took me," he exhales. "Took me a fair bit longer. Took me everything, matter of fact." You clock a machine like that from the outside. It's a story. It's a scandal. It's a thing you can be angry about over a pint. A beat, and the thing under it surfaces without a name attached. You clock it from the inside after it's already had its hands on something you... He stops. Doesn't say Becca. Has never once, in this van, said the name, and the not saying is louder than any saying. After it's been in your house, then it's not a story anymore. Then it's just the thing you organize the rest of your life around. Adam doesn't fill the silence. He's a man who spent 40 years in silence. He knows it isn't empty. "How'd you know?" Butcher says finally. "Page 3. How'd you know that fast?" "Because I've read the same page before," Adam says. "Different company, different decade, same line item." He turns his coffee, doesn't drink it. There's always a page 3. The eulogy's on 1 and 2. The body's on 3. Once you've read 1, You can't unsee the shape of it in the next one. He looks at Butcher, and there's no pity in it, just recognition. You read yours the hard way, in your house. I'm sorry for that. Butcher doesn't answer, but something in the shoulders goes down a notch. The thing Frenchie clocked from the long lens a lifetime ago. And that's the answer. MM is folding something. He's always folding something. Right now it's a microfiber cloth, corner to corner, into a square that resolves to exactly 5 inches, because MM's hands have decided that at least one thing in the world is going to behave. He's been listening the whole time, the methodical brain running underneath, and when he asks his question, it's the practical one nobody else thought to ask, because MM is the only one who thinks in logistics. How do you eat? MM says, sets the square down. Real question. You run on, Sage said antimatter, that's what's in the report. So what's food for? You went to a diner. We got footage of you in a diner eating eggs like a person. If the reactor takes care of it, what are the eggs for? It is, Adam thinks, the best question anyone has asked him in this world. And he tells MM the truth, which is that the eggs aren't fuel. The reactor handles the energy. The eggs are for the part of me that's still a man from Harlem who likes eggs. A small thing, almost a smile. You don't stop being a person because you stop needing to eat. You eat because the morning's better with eggs in it. Your towel's the same. You don't fold it because it needs folding. You fold it because the world's better with one thing in it that's exactly 5 inches. MM looks at the square, looks at Adam. Huh, he says, which from MM is a benediction, and folds the next one. Frenchie has been watching Adam the entire time the way you'd watch a fire you know is going to spread. Rapt, unafraid, taking notes he'll never write down. Frenchie crossed himself the first time he saw the footage of Adam vanishing from a tunnel, an old reflex from a childhood he doesn't discuss, and he has decided that Adam is the most beautiful and most terrible thing he has ever been allowed to look at. And he says so, because Frenchie says everything. When you came through, he says, gesturing with the cigarette, conducting an orchestra only he can hear. The first time, into the city, I have seen the footage so many times. You do not arrive, you, the space, it decides you were always there, retroactively. The photons rearrange themselves to agree with you. He kisses his fingers. The atoms, they forgot how to stay next to each other for one instant, just to let you in. And then they remembered, and it is, putain, it is very beautiful, and it is very, very wrong. The two things at once. This is what you are, I think, the most beautiful wrong thing. He says it with total sincerity, and it is, from Frenchie, the highest compliment available in any language he speaks. And it is also, though no one in the van knows it, the single most accurate description of Adam Brashear anyone has produced. Because Frenchie is the kind of broken genius who occasionally tells the exact truth by accident and calls it poetry. Adam goes still for a second. The most beautiful wrong thing. He files it next to the water rang and the documents written for a history that didn't happen, in the drawer that isn't a drawer anymore, because the drawer is open now, and he lives with all of it in the open. That might be the truest thing anyone said to me here, he says quietly. And Frenchie beams like a man who's been told his painting hangs in the Louvre. And then Huey, who cried at the building save and isn't embarrassed about it and would do it again, asks the human question. The one none of the others would think to ask because the others armor against it. The one Huey asks because Huey has never once successfully armored against anything in his life. What's it actually like, Huey says, being the only one who can do what you do? Like, not the fighting. I don't mean the fighting. I mean, you're the strongest guy in every room you've ever walked into your whole life, and you can't. There's no one who gets it. There's no one you can call and go rough day. Because their rough day and your rough day aren't even the... He's gesturing, losing the sentence. Finding it, what's that like? Is it lonely? It seems like it'd be so lonely. The van goes quiet, even Frenchie, and Adam, for the first time in this world, with people who aren't trying to contract him or frame him or fight him or fall in love with him. Just men in a van after a fight. Tells the truth he hasn't told anyone. 40 years, he says, before here, I was somewhere there was no one. Held a thing back that wanted in. Alone, every day. And the count went up by one, and that was the whole of it. He turns the cold coffee. And you build a thing in your head where that's fine, where you tell yourself the alone is the price of the work and the work matters more than the price. You get so good at it, you forget it was ever a choice. You forget you're lonely the way you forget a sound that never stops. The refrigerator hum, you only hear it when it dies. He looks up. Then I got here, and a man waved off $4 at a bodega, and a kid I'd never met wanted me to win. And a woman took the slow train uptown so I'd know she chose the diner. His voice doesn't break. It's older than breaking. And the hum died, and I heard all at once how loud the quiet had been the whole time. That's what it's like, Huey. It's so quiet you stop hearing it. And then somebody's kind to you for no reason, and you find out you've been screaming the whole time. Nobody says anything. Huey's eyes are wet and he's not embarrassed. MM has stopped folding. Frenchie has, for once in his life, nothing to add. And Butcher looks at this man, this impossible, beautiful, wrong thing in the back of his van, and understands that he came to find a weapon and found a person. Again, the way he keeps finding people where he wants weapons, and that it keeps being the most dangerous thing that happens to him. It's warm in the van. That's the thing. Grief and comedy in the same breath. Frenchie's poetry and MM's towels and Huey's tears and Butcher's not said name. And underneath all of it, the simple, unbearable fact that Adam Brashear has just found in a surveillance van that smells like old coffee. The thing 40 years and 2 universes never gave him. Not love, that's Victoria. That's a different thing. Family, the kind you fall into, the kind that doesn't need you for anything. Men in a van after a fight, making room. He found it in the error. That's the part that's going to cost. It surfaces in the quiet, the way it always surfaces in the quiet now. The van's radio turned low, playing something underneath the conversation. And Adam notices, the way he notices buildings in the wrong place, that the song doesn't exist. Not a song he doesn't know. A song that isn't. A melody with the structure of a thing that was never written, playing confidently on a station that's broadcasting from a world that's forgetting the difference between what it recorded and what it didn't. Huey hums along to it. Huey knows it. Huey has always known it. The song was never real, and Huey remembers it anyway, which is worse. MM's towel square, set down 5-inch perfect on the bench, unfolds itself, slowly, without a hand near it, resolves back to a flat cloth, the 5 inches simply undeciding themselves. And MM doesn't see it, and Adam does. And Adam watches a thing MM made hold its shape stop holding it, because the world is losing its grip on which configurations it agreed to. And Frenchie says something to Kimiko, says her name, and the name comes out as a different name, not a slip, a substitution, the syllables arriving as someone else's, a name that isn't hers and isn't anyone's in the van. The world reaching for the right label and pulling the wrong one because the index is degrading. Frenchie doesn't notice. Kimiko answers to it. The wrongness corrects a half-second later, the name snapping back like nothing happened, and only Adam is left holding the half-second. It's thinning faster. He clocks all of it, and he says nothing, because what is there to say? The song isn't real. The towel forgot. Your friend's name came out wrong. The world is dying, and I've known for a day, and I chose to stay in it. He's chosen to live in the lie. And now he's gone and built a family inside the lie anyway. Men in a van who'll grieve him, which makes it so much worse because the thesis, a thing doesn't have to be allowed to be real, is easy to hold when all you stand to lose is yourself. It's a different weight when the loss has Huey's wet eyes in it, and MM's benediction, and Frenchie's poetry, and a name said wrong by a man who died for the woman he said it to. There's more to lose now. That was always the danger of the gift. The better it gets, the more the collapse will take, and Adam keeps letting it get better on purpose, because the alternative is to start losing it early to spare himself losing it late. And he decided in a gray morning with his brother that he wasn't going to do that. In his ear, Sage has gone quiet. She was feeding him reeds an hour ago, sharp and warm. Don't do that again. And now there's nothing. A held silence on the channel that runs both ways. And Adam knows that particular silence because he's lived inside it. The silence of a mind that has stopped talking to you because it has started talking to a problem. She's running the null value again. She set it down once, called it instrument error, and something. The church, the day, the man asleep beside her, keeping his end of a watch he didn't know was over a doomed world, has made her pick it back up, and she's running it. And the smartest mind in this dying world is, right now, in a quiet Adam can feel through the earpiece, very close to understanding what the null actually means. Which means she's very close to understanding what he is. Which means the woman he loves is one rerun away from learning, alone in a silence she hasn't broken, that the man she gave the slow train to was never supposed to exist, and that the day they stole was borrowed against a debt the whole world is about to be called to pay. The van is warm. The radio plays a song that was never written. Adam Brashear sits with his family in the air and lets it get better, knowing exactly what better costs, and waits for the woman in his ear to break the silence with the thing he already knows. Homelander finds Adam in the one place left in the city that no one is watching, and that is the whole of his choice laid bare. He has wanted the unwatched fight his entire life and never been allowed to admit it. Every confrontation he has ever had has been a performance. The cameras, the angles, the merchandising framework, the myth maintained frame by frame for a world that pays to believe it. And the one fight he actually needs, the one against the man who broke the myth, he cannot afford to have on camera because there is no version of it the cameras could capture that wouldn't finish what the bruise started. So he picks a rail yard out past the western edge, a dead industrial flat where the city thins into rust and weeds and no phone will rise. And he waits there for the man who told him no, because here, finally with no audience, he can do the thing he has been unable to do in front of the world. Lose if he has to, where no one will see it. The cowardice and the need are the same thing in him. They always were. He came down out of a sky that, 3 days ago and a broadcast ago, knew exactly who he was and doesn't anymore. Soldier Boy's unmaking went out wide. The substation footage and the taxpayer and the 6 against 1 mutiny stacked up. Somewhere in the last cycle, the world saw the order with his name missing from it. The 6 gods sent to die for a man who wouldn't come. And the myth that survived the bruise did not survive the cowardice. Because a world will forgive a god a great many things, but not the discovery that he is afraid. He arrives at the rail yard already unmade in every way that isn't physical, and the dead eyes are wet before the first word, the child king whose one true belief, I am the most powerful man alive, has been false since the afternoon Adam landed, and who has spent every hour since refusing to know it. There's no one here, Homelander says. It's meant to be a threat. It comes out as the most honest thing he's ever said. I know, Adam says. That's why you picked it. Adam clears the path first. Even here, even now. There is a rail crew a quarter mile down the line. 3 men, a track inspection cart, headphones and high vis, and the specific obliviousness of working men at the unglamorous edge of a city, and before he addresses Homelander at all, Adam pitches his voice down the yard and tells them to move, and waits, the reflex firing ahead of pride or strategy, the way it fired at the substation and the Harlem street and the falling cornice. Because there are people here, and people come first, and he will not begin until they are clear. Homelander watches the courtesy with the baffled contempt he showed it once before. He has never cleared a path. The path was the show, and there's no show here, and the man across from him is clearing it anyway, for no audience, which means he does it because he means it, and that, the meaning it with no one watching, is a thing Homelander has never once managed in his life and cannot forgive. Then the god throws his entire undefeated self at the man who proves him false. And it is a real fight, the last and largest, and the stakes are total. Homelander is not the manufactured pretty boy of the substation now. He is everything Vought ever poured into the most expensive weapon on Earth, unrestrained, uncameraed, with nothing left to protect because the myth is already gone, and he hits like the end of the world. Heat vision at full output, the rail yard's steel running molten in lines. Flight turned into a battering weapon, the two of them trading altitude and impact across a dead industrial flat. Sonic cracks rolling out over the western edge. He is fast and he is strong, and he has 30 years of never being told no behind every blow, and a lesser man, any other man, would already be gone. Adam doesn't destroy him. That's the thing. That's the whole thing. Adam Brashear could end Homelander in the first exchange, could reach into the cohesion holding him together and open his fingers the way he did with Connor, scatter the most powerful man alive across the rail yard as a thinning haze. And he doesn't. He chooses again, the harder mercy, the one that costs him and means more. He out-endures. He takes the heat on a forearm that drinks it. He catches the fists that have gone through tank armor and bleeds their force into stance and ground. He absorbs the full undefeated output of a god, blow after blow, hour into the fight, and he does not break. And the not breaking is the weapon, because every blow that lands and does nothing is a sentence in the same argument he made at the substation, extended now to its unbearable conclusion. I am choosing not to end you. I am still choosing not to. I am even now, even as you spend everything you are, choosing not to, and a child king who built his entire self on being the strongest thing in creation is forced, blow by failing blow, to feel the exact dimensions of a ceiling he cannot reach, held there not by force but by a man's refusal to fall. He spends everything. He empties himself against the man who won't break, and the emptying is the unmaking, because there is nothing underneath the strength. That was always the secret of him, the thing Vought built and the cameras hid. There is no person under the power, only a terrified child wearing the most dangerous body ever made. And when the power fails to do the one thing it has always done, there is nothing left to be. He throws the last of himself and Adam takes it and stands. And Homelander, hanging in the molten air over a dead rail yard, looks at the man who would not break and finds that he is, himself, the thing that broke. The collapse worsens through all of it, because the collapse worsens through everything now. The city behind them, visible at the eastern edge of the yard, stutters. Adam catches it between blows, a row of buildings on the skyline repeating the same three towers printed twice against the morning like a stuck frame. Then once again correctly, the world losing and regaining its place. A freight car on the dead siding is there, and then is not, and then is. The thinning reaching for objects the way it reached for the towel. The sound comes wrong, a heat vision crack arriving a half second before the light that made it, cause and effect briefly disagreeing about their order. Two of the most powerful beings in any universe, are trading blows over a world that is, in real time, losing its right to exist, and one of them knows it and fights on anyway. And the other doesn't know it and would not understand it if he were told, because there is no shelf in Homelander, for the ground was never solid. He has only ever had the one belief, and it was false, and now even the false thing he was standing on is dissolving, and he doesn't have the frame to grieve it. Adam fights inside the thinning the way he fights inside everything, by enduring it, by being the one solid thing while the world stutters and repeats and forgets. The antimatter heart holding its configuration when the configurations around it are coming undone. The most beautiful wrong thing, Frenchie said, the thing the space rearranged itself to allow. And there is a terrible fitness to it, that the man the world cannot file should be the last thing in the rail yard that holds its shape, while everything that was allowed forgets how. It ends the way it had to end, which is not with a blow. It ends with the God out of God. Homelander down to his knees in the slag of the rail yard, the way the taxpayer was down to his knees on the sidewalk, except that the taxpayer was begging to be found. And Homelander is discovering, for the first time in his life, that he is not the most powerful man alive, and never was. That the one true thing he believed has been false since an afternoon 3 days ago, and that the man who proved it false is standing over him, not in triumph and not in contempt, but in the flat, unbearable mercy that has been the only weapon he ever used. The child who was never told no has been told no, not by a thumb and a bruise this time, but by an entire fight survived, by a man who took everything and would not fall, by the discovery that strongest was never the truth, and the truth has a ceiling, and the ceiling is looking down at him without even the dignity of hating him. You picked a place with no one watching, Adam says quietly to the kneeling God, because you needed somewhere you were allowed to lose. He doesn't say it cruelly. There's no cruelty left in the yard. It all burned off in the fight. I'm not going to tell anyone, but you have to stop now. There's nothing under the next punch but the same thing under the last one, and you already felt it. Homelander makes a sound that isn't words. The dead eyes are streaming now, openly. The Child King finally crying in a place he chose precisely because no one could see. And the awful tenderness of it, the thing to be reported alongside the horror, is that the most dangerous being this dying world ever made wanted, underneath everything, the same thing the taxpayer wanted, the same thing Sage wanted, the same thing Adam himself wanted across 40 years of silence, to be seen correctly and not destroyed for it. He just never learned any language for asking except the one that breaks things. And the one man who could have given it to him is the one man whose entire existence proves the lie Homelander was built on. So even the mercy can't reach him. Even the Benjamin moment isn't available here, because Homelander isn't a weapon with a forgotten name underneath. He's a child with nothing underneath at all, and you cannot call a person by a name they were never given. He doesn't get up to throw another punch. That's the only mercy he can accept. Stopping. Adam leaves him kneeling in the slag, alive, unbeaten in body, and wholly unmade in the only place that mattered, and walks back toward a city that is forgetting how to be a city. And as he walks, the earpiece that has been silent since the van finally crackles. And it is Victoria's voice, and it is not the warm voice, and it is not the battlefield voice. It is the third voice, the one she uses for a problem she has finally solved. And she says his name once, and then she says the thing he already knows, the thing she ran the null value 3 times to be sure of, the thing that means the woman he loves now understands exactly what he is and exactly what is coming. And somewhere in the dark, a brother who couldn't end the world feels the thinning lurch toward its edge and knows he is out of time to save it alone, and reaches at last for the only other mind that touched the truth. The catastrophe is loaded. Connor has a choice to make, and this time there is no version of it that costs nothing. Connor Sims works it out alone in the dark, the way he works out everything, and the answer is the worst one his mind has ever produced. His power is dying, not failing, dying specifically, and the cause is the thing Adam would call grace and Connor now calls a wound, clarity. A thinning world cannot be held by a coherent man. The math of stabilization is real, he ran it, and it requires a force the cohesion-grade version of him cannot generate, because the version of him that put down the anti-energy in front of his brother's face, the lucid one, the grieving one, the one whose love overruled the necessary thing, is too whole to interface with a world coming apart. Wholeness can't grip dissolution. The clarity that stopped him is the exact clarity that's bleeding him out now. And he sees with terrible precision, only one way to generate the force a dying universe requires. He has to stop being whole, so he burns it. He goes back into the place the second scatter cleared, and he drowns the grief deliberately, holds it under until it stops moving, kills the brother who couldn't pull the trigger, executes the lucid man on purpose, and he lets the monster back in, because only the monster has both the math and the will. Because the thing that can hold a thinning world is the thing that no longer loves anything enough to hesitate. And the monster restored reads the situation with the cold, flawless logic Connor gave it. The error is anchored. This branch is staying coherent against all permission, and a thing staying where it shouldn't is a thing held by hooks. And the hooks run through Adam, through what Adam loves, the people and the woman and the life that give a man-shaped error a reason to keep being real. The branch is moored to existence through Adam's heart. The hooks have to come out. He calls it mercy. He has always called it mercy. Free him. Cut the moorings. Let the error finally go. The lucid man would have wept at the shape of that thought. There is no lucid man anymore. He comes for Sage. The boys are between him and her. Butcher sees what's coming and doesn't run, because Butcher has never run from the thing that took something he loved. Behind me, is already moving, the methodical brain converting terror into position. Frenchie's hands find weapons that were never going to matter. Huey is the only one who says the true thing. That's not a man anymore. And it changes nothing. And they make their stand. All of them, no hesitation. The family Adam found, throwing everything it is at a thing that has stopped being a thing you can fight. Frenchie first. He gets off 2 shots that land and mean nothing. Connor does not slow. A spatial correction. The air in front of Frenchie simply ceasing to be a place a body can occupy. And Frenchie is gone between one shot and the next. No scream, no slow fall. The beautiful, terrible physics he loved turned on him faster than he can finish being afraid. Moves on the flank, the way the position called for, and the position was right and it does not matter. An anti-force tendril crosses the distance the math said was safe. The order ends, mid-stride. There is no last word and no last fold. Just a man who arranged things into squares his whole life, unarranged, in less time than it takes to read that he was. Kimiko hits Connor full on, and this is the one that proves it's different. She is the thing that survives. She is the wound that closes, the body that comes back, the one who has outlasted everything anyone ever did to her. And Connor does not wound her, because wounding is for things that heal. He reaches into the cohesion that holds her together, the same fingers open he used on himself, and he opens them. And the thing that cannot be killed is killed. Quick, final, the healing factor with nothing left to knit, because there is no longer a configuration to knit it back into. She doesn't fall. She stops being. The silence she carried her whole life becomes the only kind of silence that doesn't end. Huey is screaming her name. The boy who cried at a building save and wasn't ashamed, who asked Adam what loneliness was like. And the name is still in his mouth when the gravity well takes him, a fold in the floor of the world that he goes down into and does not come up from, and the grief that defined him ends in the middle of the only thing it ever did, which was love people out loud. Butcher is last of the five because Butcher put himself last on purpose, and he gets one moment, looking at the thing that just erased everyone, and he says her name, Becca, finally, the name he never once said in the van, said now to no one, to the end of his war, and then the war ends too. Fast. The man who organized his whole life around the machine that got into his house, taken by a different machine in the time it takes the name to leave him. 5 people, the family Adam found in the error. Gone in the span it takes to read it, and the horror is not the wounds. There are barely wounds. The horror is the ease, how little it costs Connor, how the math erased the part of him that would have slowed down, how a thing you were attached to is simply absent between one beat and the next, and it did not matter at all that they were brave. He reaches Sage. She sees it coming. She is the smartest person alive. She has watched the whole thing in the half seconds it took, and she knows exactly what Connor is, and exactly what the math is, and exactly that she cannot stop it. She does the one thing her mind can do, a thing, fast, brilliant, the best play available in a situation with no good play, the kind of move only she could find, and it is not enough. It was never going to be enough. He takes the gift, quick, final. The mind that touched the truth and the woman who took the slow train uptown, gone, and the prose does not pause for her. And the not pausing is the cruelty. The same cruelty Connor is running on. The world's worst lesson learned twice in one room. That being seen, being brilliant, being loved, does not slow the thing down even slightly. Adam arrives too late, just late enough. Late enough to come through the wall into a quiet that is the wrong kind of quiet, the kind he has not heard since the negative zone, and to see what is left, which is not much, which is wreckage and stillness and 5 absences shaped like people he had started, against 40 years of training to believe he was allowed to keep. The man who has never been surprised is surprised. The man who files everything in 3 seconds stands in the center of it with nothing to file it into. There is no box for this. There is no drawer. He reads the room the way he reads every room. Instantly, completely, the positions and the physics and the exact terrible economy of how fast it happened. And the reading arrives all at once with nowhere to go. And Adam Brashear, who caught 800 pounds and set it down gently, who drank a nuclear blast and called it a warm log, who out-endured a god in a rail yard at noon, stands in the ruins of the only family he was ever given and has, for the first time in 2 universes, no idea what to do with what he is holding. And then he sees the other thing in the wreckage, the thing still standing, the thing that did this, his brother. Connor looks back at him, and the monster wears Connor's face, and the monster is certain. There is no doubt in it, no grief, no flinch, only the flat, completed calm of a thing that believes, with its whole restored and terrible will, that it has just performed an act of love, that it cut the moorings, that it freed him, that the hooks are out and the error can finally mercifully go. It's done, the thing that was Connor says gently, into the silence where a family used to be. I took them out, Adam, the hooks. I know it doesn't feel like mercy. It never does. A pause. Now there's nothing holding you here. Now I can let you go clean. 2 brothers in the wreckage. One who has just murdered everyone the other loved, certain it was salvation. The narration has run out of anything to say. The next part is the fight. They come together over the place where she fell, and there is nothing left of the man who clears paths. Adam hits him. First time in the story, no withholding. The blow that has been held in reserve through 60 years and 4 arcs lands on Connor's jaw and takes them both off the ground and through what used to be a wall. And Connor laughs through the blood. And the laugh is the worst sound in any universe because it has nothing under it. There he is. Connor comes back vicious. Not the brother, not even the grieving thing from the gray morning. The monster with the math, contemptuous, fast, clearing. An anti-force backhand that folds the floor into a funnel and drops Adam 30 feet into bedrock. Adam comes up out of it. They trade in the ruin, close and brutal and personal, fists and forces at a speed that turns the air to plasma between them. Each blow a decision solved at impossible speed and answered before it lands. And Connor talks the whole time, light, cruel, bored. You're an anchor, Adam. You know that. A loose end the math keeps tripping over. A gravity well, a phase shift, Adam's own mass swung from feather to white dwarf dense between one exchange and the next. I'm not freeing you anymore. I'm past freeing you. I'm just clearing the workspace. Adam doesn't answer. He fights. The 60 years are gone, and what's under them is this, and it's enough to take them up. Up through a thinning world. They go vertical through a city that can't decide what it is. Buildings flickering between what they were and what they never were. A tower printed 3 times against the sky, and then not at all. Gravity wells folding whole streets into origami. Anti-force against antimatter in exchanges that liquefy architecture and ionize the air for blocks. Connor drives Adam through a skyscraper, and the skyscraper forgets it was ever there. Adam catches Connor's wrist mid-strike, and the catch detonates a block of reality into glass shards, the spatial corrections leaving fractures hanging in the air like a dropped windshield. And through the fractures, the wrongness shows. The seam Connor read from the inside, now wide enough to fall into. Faster, the fight outpaces the failing world's ability to render it. Light bends around their hits. Cause arrives after effect. They are accelerating the collapse, and they both know it, and neither stops, because there is nothing left to protect down there. It's all wreckage and absence. And the only thing left to do with what they are is spend it on each other. They fought, you know, Connor says, climbing, cruel. Your little family. Threw themselves at me. It didn't slow me down. Nothing about you slows anything down. A blow that ruptures the sky. That's the thing I solved. You were never the answer to anything. You were the bug. Orbit, past it, out into the dark above a dying world, and the scale climbs past anything a city could hold. The prose of it shifting from impacts to consequences to reality itself, causality fraying in long, visible tears, the wall of the universe groaning under 2 beings it was never built to contain. Antimatter and anti-energy, the fundamental forces of cohesion against the fundamental act of unmaking, scaling rung by rung until the arena stops being a place and becomes everything. The whole air shaking, the branch that was never meant to be straining at the seams under the weight of the 2 impossible things tearing through it. And the fight gets too big for the air to hold. The collision cracks the wall. It opens above the dying world, a wound in the boundary of the branch, and through it, on the other side, the real, the universe Adam came from, solid, permitted, true. Its light carrying the quality the photocopied light never had. The crack is the door. Both of them see it. Both of them, at the apex of everything they are, understand in the same instant what it is and where it leads, and that only one of them is going through. Connor makes the last move. It is fast and it is total, and it is the one Adam doesn't block. Because Adam, for one instant, reading his brother the way he has read everything for 60 years, chooses not to. And Connor takes everything he is and throws Adam at the crack, and he frames it as disposal. You're the broken piece, cold, cruel, every word a stone. I'm taking out the trash, Adam. That's all you ever were. A problem the equation needed gone. Not saving you, ejecting you. Get out of my workspace. The throw builds anti-force and contempt, hurling his brother toward the wound in the world like garbage out an airlock. You were a job. You were always just a job. I don't. The smallest catch, buried so deep only a man who'd known him 60 years could find it. I never loved you. You were trash, and I'm throwing you out. Every syllable says I don't love you. I never did. You were a job. And the throw is out, through the wall, to the real, to the one place in all of creation where Adam Brashear survives. The monster could have let the collapse take him, could have killed him 100 ways in that fight, had 100 openings, the math giving him each one. Instead, the final act of the worst version of his brother, re-monstered on purpose, sanity murdered, everyone Adam loved erased by his hand, is to put Adam somewhere he can keep existing and to dress it as garbage disposal so neither of them ever has to say what it was. And Adam knew. Going through the wall, losing all of it, Sage and the boys and the diner and the church and the whole impossible borrowed world, everything the error gave a man who was told his whole life he was never meant to have it. Adam looks back at the brother calling him trash, the brother who murdered everyone he loved, the brother who will deny, to the heat death of the real universe, that there was ever anything underneath. And Adam saw the splinter of it under all the evil, knew, the way he has known things his whole life, quietly, completely, without ever needing it confirmed, because it was never going to be confirmed, that Connor Sims, monstrous and unrepentant and lost, having burned every other thing he was, still could not quite make himself finish the one job that actually mattered. Could not make himself not save him. Murdered his own grief, his own clarity, his own mercy, every soft thing in himself. And the one thing the monster couldn't kill, the one configuration that wouldn't open no matter how he turned his fingers, was the part that threw his brother out instead of down. He hid it in contempt because contempt was the only place left to hide it, and Adam let him. Didn't reach for the name, didn't try to call him back, gave his brother the dignity of the lie because some things you leave alone, not because you can't answer them, but because the answer would only confirm what you already know, and the man would rather die than have it confirmed. So Adam goes through and lets the last thing between them be a lie they both understand. Connor stays. The error collapses behind Adam. The branch that was never meant to be, folding finally into the absence the cosmos always meant for it, taking the dying world and the kneeling God and the cold administrator and the whole impossible, improbable place down with it. And the brother goes down inside it, contemptuous to the last, having saved the one person he swore he wasn't saving, denying it as the dark closes. And the denial is the most loving thing he ever said. Then the real world, and the morning. Adam Brashear lands on his feet because he always lands on his feet, on solid permitted ground, under light that has the quality back in it, in the universe he came from, alive. Everything the impossible world gave him is gone. Everyone is gone. The brother who saved and damned him is gone with the lie he tore the world apart to protect. And the question that haunted the whole of it, whether any of it was allowed, whether a man never meant to have these things had any right to them, whether a world never meant to exist could hold anything real, is finally completely meaningless, because it was real, and it was his, and he knew. He stands in the morning of a true world, alone, and he says it, quiet to no one, the last line his and about his brother, The thing only a man who knew Connor Sims for 60 years could say. The thing that names what Connor spent his last breath denying. You never could lie to me, Connor. Not once in 60 years. Not even at the end. Then the morning takes it, and Adam Brashear is still standing. Because that was always the one thing the cosmos could never take. The transmission holds. Your unwavering focus, your absolute gaze, serves as the singular anchor point for these colliding realities. You didn't just watch, you stabilized the breach. Portal Comic X remains tethered to this plane only because you chose to endure the friction of the void until the very end. You are the battery, you are the witness. This channel is the only lens capable of capturing the collapse, and you are its pulse. Subscribe to the frequency now and step directly into the next anomaly. The portal is wide, and it is waiting.